minute if anybody wants to find their seats, please. Oh, look. Very nice. Thank you. Okay, let's just go ahead and get started then. Good morning. I would like to welcome everyone to day 2 of the 26th annual meeting of the Retirement and Disability Research Consortium. And I'd like to extend a special welcome to those who are relatively new to this consortium. I'm one of those people, and welcome to all of you as well. I'm Jan Muchler. I'm a professor in the Gerontology Department and director of the Gerontology Institute at the University of Massachusetts in Boston. And as most of you know, the consortium exists of 6 centers. The Center for Retirement Research at Boston College, led by Alicia Manel, and that's the one that I co-direct. The Maryland Center, directed by Nancy Miller. The Michigan Center, directed by Dmitry Stolyav. The MBER Center, directed by Nicole Mastis. The New York Center, directed by Teresa Gilarducci. And the Wisconsin Center, directed by Michael Collins. And on behalf of all 6 centers, I want to thank the Social Security Administration for its ongoing support of the consortium and for making today's event possible. The centers have a unique partnership with the Social Security Administration. SSA faces many demands from policymakers for research that provides an evidence base for making decisions about the future design of the retirement and the disability insurance and SSI programs. The agency also faces pressing questions regarding operational priorities to ensure effective and inclusive service delivery. And these research demands exceed SSA's own internal capacity, and it looks to the consortium for support. At the same time, this partnership offers to consortium researchers the opportunity to apply their skills to policy-relevant research. And it's really fun and really satisfying to work on topics that impact the real world, and it's a privilege to support SSA in their work. Later today, we'll hear from Deb Whitman of AARP, who will share her insights on the creation of the consortium back in the late 1990s. And the valuable bridge that it's created between the academic and policy communities. And as an academic, I'll add that I applaud the investments in training the next generation of researchers that are embedded in this consortium as well. So before jumping into today's agenda, I know it's a great agenda for today, and I'm really looking forward to it. I'm sure you are as well. But I'd like to thank everyone involved in the meeting, the panelists who've worked hard to get their papers and their presentations ready, the moderators who've taken time to prepare thoughtful comments, and everyone involved in organizing the event. And I'd like to particularly thank Amy Grzybowski from the Boston College Center. She's the one who's been running around constantly every day during this event. And she's done a spectacular job running logistics for today and the entire event. So I'll turn it over to McKinney Chisholm Straker to begin panel 5. And please join me in welcoming McKinney.
Thank you, Jan, and good morning, everyone. Welcome to panel 5 of the RDRC meeting. I am McKinney Chisholm Straker. I use she, her pronouns. I today am wearing a purple shirt that has the face of a woman who is multicolored and a Dodger blue sweater. I have dark brown locks and a slightly less frizzy bob today. And I was SSA's White House Fellow for the years 2022 to 2023, and I'm serving as the moderator for this panel. I am joined by Dr. Isaac Marcelin from the University of Maryland Eastern Shore, Dr. Miriam Hyman of Brandeis University, Dr. David Powell of Rand, and Dr. Mark Cohen of UMass Boston. Over the next 75 minutes or so, we'll be examining barriers to accessing support programs. And just for a moment, I'd like to talk a little bit about why this matters, why this topic matters. In order to do that, though, I have to tell you a little bit of a story because, as I said yesterday, history matters, context matters. So the Social Security Administration is like any good superhero, important because it has a really good origin story. Some of you probably know the origin story, but let this serve as a reminder about what this institution is really founded on. None of us will remember, but we've heard stories of the Great Depression that hit the world. In the United States, it made Frances Perkins think we should have unemployment insurance, we should have health insurance, we should have old age insurance. It wasn't a terrifically popular idea yet. When FDR asked her to be the Secretary of Labor, she said, "That's what I'm gonna do." And he said, "Do you think that's gonna be possible?" In Long Beach, California, Dr. Francis Townsend looked out of his window one day and saw an elderly woman rooting through the garbage for food and thought, that is unacceptable that we would have our elders impoverished to the point where they are dumpster diving. They weren't using the term dumpster diving back then, but that's what that was. And so he came up with this idea of the government should provide the elderly, 60 and older, those who are 60 and older and retired, $200 a month, and to stimulate the economy, they should spend that $200 every month. And that's not exactly how it panned out, but it actually gained popularity, and that helped Frances Perkins, the Secretary of Labor, really get some support for this idea of an old age pension or an old age insurance program. And so ultimately brought something to Congress and then did something that I think is really just good parenting, and we might need that. And there was a lot of arguing, and she said, you know what, the doors don't open until y'all figure it out. Locked them in a room and said, make it happen. It wasn't perfect, and we're always improving on it, right? But that is the origin story of the Social Security Administration. It is the federal manifestation of the institutionalization of love, of caring, and of respect. Finding out what the barriers are to accessing these programs that SSA now offers, which is a multitude more than what we started out with in 1935, was actually the secondary objective of the qualitative study that I did when I was a White House Fellow with our technical working group and other SSA colleagues. We wanted to understand from the lived experience experts, why are people not accessing these supports that they need and that they're probably eligible for? But it wasn't, it's actually something that I think is important that we think about, just the language of the way the study was even conceptualized. It was the experience of disability. Again, so yesterday I talked about the social model of disability. Again, probably many of you are familiar with this concept that we're thinking about disability as something that happens to people externally, that they are disenfranchised socially, economically, or politically, and that prevents them from being able to participate in those realms. And it's not something that's inherent to them, necessarily. And so why would people not access support that SSA offers when they live in a society that presently excludes them and makes them suffer and need those supports? We wanted to understand. So I think until we choose to create a society in which those structures don't exist, we need to be having these conversations and finding out more about why people who are eligible aren't accessing services that will help them, at a minimum, survive. Of course, our goal is for people to thrive, but you can't thrive unless you survive. So let's try to find out a little bit more about what people are working on. I'm going to turn it over now to Dr. Marcelin.
Good morning, everybody. Today we will be talking about, I am Isaac Marcelin, by the way, from the University of Maryland Eastern Shore. I am a professor of finance. And for my presentation, I don't see my slides.
I think maybe you have to go to the podium. Is there a remote on the podium? Yeah.
Okay, it would be very tough, eh? Good. That's much better. We'll be talking about improving recipiency and U.S. social programs. And we want to know whether the causes or the barriers to access, and also whether the problem is worse in uncertain times, such as the COVID-19. And some background. What we want to do is to explore the hindrances and then compare what has been done in some countries with similar economic status, like OECD countries, to see what they do in terms of reforms and the best practices, whether what they do can inspire us, because they have better participation rates. And these are programs that are very important for those who fall back on them to improve their well-being. And despite all this, many people don't have access to these programs. Why? And we want to find to see if we can find some element of a response. And this scoping research will proceed by in a multi-pronged way, like a qualitative part looking at OECD and an empirical part. And for the qualitative part, we will be looking at the reforms, as we said, and if we see some reforms elsewhere improve take-up, we want to know whether they improve life or well-being also, because you can improve participation without having a significant impact on the lives of those who participate. We want to see what behind the results. And also for the empirical part, we will proceed with a probit regression so that we look at the determinant or the factors that affect the probability of take-up, and also we want to do a simulation to know the severity or the number, to estimate the number of qualified individuals who are not participating. And that's why we, for the empirical part, we have two segments. One is a probit, and the other segment is a Monte Carlo. In terms of challenges to recipiency, we believe awareness and lack of knowledge of the programs and complex application process, administrative barriers, and stigma, cultural barriers, all these factors and many others are affecting participation in the social programs. And if you see these numbers, the US is the first here. And the US does not compare favorably with some selected countries in terms of participation. That means we have a problem that we need to address here. What are they doing to have countries up close to 90% participation rate, and the US is around 45%. And let's say that the default response to a claim or to when someone puts in an application is a no. And when you have the default from Social Security, which is a no, a denial, to be successful, somebody has to be persistent. And if you have a disability, probably you don't have the energy. You lack many characteristics to make you persistent to have a successful claim. Yesterday, maybe if I say I was shocked, that a little bit might be dramatic, but when I heard that some people who are successful, they need to have a lawyer. That's kind of, that's not, it's heartbreaking. Like if you are disabled and to have a lawyer to put in a successful claim, that shouldn't be happening here, okay? And we want to see now and the law can also address this. If someone put in a false claim, the law can address this. That like, if you let someone with a false claim fall through the crack, it would be much better than denying someone who is qualified the benefit they deserve. Okay, which means this is there should be a dialogue between policymakers of all feathers to address the barriers. And say that someone who is not really qualified with a false claim can be more persistent than someone who is qualified and visible. And this, we can address this. And for the hypotheses that we want to test, there are plenty of them. There are institutional hypotheses, the social determinant of health, planned behavior, institutional. There are plenty of hypotheses we can test, and especially stigma, cultural competency of staff, and whether technological integration can help, like some dialogue between the agencies, between the programs. If someone is qualified and that person might automatically qualify, and B, all this we can test them. And as I said previously, one thing we want to do is to do a qualitative and a quantitative segment of the study. And we will present some cross-country tables with results. And then before we present those results, we want to see the economics behind them before we can put them out as worthy of understanding. And for the empirical part, we will use data from the HRS, CPS data, and the American Community Survey data. And this is our setup in terms of the probit that we want to the probit regression we want to run with some of the control variables. And also, as we said, we want to do a Monte Carlo simulation, and there is a battery of tests that we can do to see whether our estimates don't fall out of range, and or what I would say, whether they are robust. And in terms of the implications of what we're doing, let's say that if we have simplified procedures, then that would address problems of administrative complexity that prevents participation. And let's say that yesterday, Dr. Lydia Brown told us that there are about 80 different definitions of disability. This is a mess. We can bring this down to something that is more unified, that would improve take-up rate. And we have also stigma. In terms of stigma, if we have a staff that, let's say that the involvement of community resources like churches, it's not a recommendation. I'm just thinking about if you have some people who share some value, helping one another, signing up for programs, we can improve rate this way. And that would reduce a problem of stigma. And also, in terms of technology, if we look at the finance sector, now we have a technology-based lending. No one is saying that banks are dying to lend money to people who are not qualified. That's not what banks do. So let's say technology can help get around stigma, some barriers like that, the same way fintech is doing in the finance sector. And intersectionality, like programs that speak, a program that speaks to certain groups in society. And we have, as I already addressed, the technology, the information technology, and also putting some emphasis on long-term disability, because sometimes some people with real disability, they're not diagnosed early enough. And if we have dialogue with providers, healthcare providers, and many competent participants, that can help increase take-up. And summary, this study is set up to provide a comprehensive overview of non-take-up and what is being done elsewhere to improve, why in some other countries they are successful with their take-up. That doesn't mean what they are doing is better economically, but I would rather have something if I am disabled. I would rather have something done, not having it at all. And we will do the exploration. By the way, we have some basic results already, but we want to explore the economics behind them. This is one of the reasons why we don't present the results at this stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Marcelin. I'll turn it over to Dr. Hyman.
Hi, everyone. My name is Miriam. I'm with Brandeis University, and I'm delighted to be here, so thank you for having me. I will be presenting on our project entitled Challenges in Accessing Supplemental Security Income for People with Disabilities that I am working on with my colleagues at Brandeis, Nicole Lomerson, Lucas Winford, and Ian Mora. And as I'll note at the last couple minutes of this presentation, we've begun collecting the qualitative data for this project. So I will be happy to share sort of very new and emerging insights. The standard disclaimer applies. And by way of background, about 6.5 million disabled people in the United States receive support from SSI, and as such, SSI is an important source of economic support for people with disabilities in the United States. However, we also know that in 2020, less than 1/3 of applicants were approved for benefits. And some potentially eligible or likely eligible individuals opt out of the program. They don't apply, or they choose not to appeal an initial denial. We know that qualifying for SSI is a lengthy process that often requires one or more appeals, and this can delay benefits, and it can also discourage people from seeking benefits at all. Furthermore, racial identity and racism are specifically implicated in receipt of disability benefits. And for example, past work found that among applicants who are not represented by an attorney, Black claimants are less likely than white claimants to be awarded benefits following the appeals process. So we know that race and racism play a role in disparities. There has been limited research on the barriers to accessing SSI from the perspective of potentially eligible individuals. Makini, the study that you mentioned, the qualitative study that you mentioned, I would love to learn more about that perhaps later. And there's also been limited research from the perspective of professionals that support disabled individuals during the application process. So this study is using qualitative methodology to address this gap. And ultimately, what we hope to do is contribute to SSA's ability to resolve the barriers that limit participation of eligible individuals in SSI, whether those barriers are in the initial application process or the appeals process, or both. Our specific research questions: what are the perceptions of disabled people, and including specifically disabled people of color, towards the SSI application process? What are the barriers for eligible disabled people to applying to SSI or to appealing an initial denial? And what are the specific barriers for eligible disabled people of color to applying to SSI or appealing an initial denial? And research question number 3, and perhaps this one is at the heart of the project: what improvements can be made to the SSI application process to better support disabled people in completing it? So this project, we are collecting primary data via interviews with hopefully ultimately 30 people with disabilities to document the barriers that people with disabilities experience related to accessing SSI. These 30 people will include people who have never applied for SSI, as well as people who applied and received an initial denial. And these folks may or may not have appealed that denial. At least half will represent racial and ethnic minorities, and at least 1/3 of our participants will be Black. We're doing the interviews over Zoom. We're offering to provide accommodations, and participants receive a $50 stipend for participating. We are also in the process of speaking to professionals, primarily benefits counselors, and staff from community-based organizations that support disabled people. And we are seeking to ascertain their perspective on the barriers to applying for SSI or appealing initial denials. Little progress update. We have completed 4 interviews with adults who are potentially eligible for SSI, and we have spoken with, I believe it's 4 benefits counselors. And I'll share some emerging insights from those interviews towards the end of the presentation. So we developed interview questions that vary according to whether the person has ever applied or not, and vary according to whether the person appealed an initial denial or not, et cetera. So these are some sample questions that are relevant for people who haven't completed an application. Some of them might have started an application and not submitted it. So for example, when and how did you first hear about SSI? What did you think of SSI? Probes might include, did you think the benefits could be helpful? Why or why not? Did you think you were eligible for SSI when you first learned about it? Tell me more about this. We'll ask, if you have started an application or submitted an application in the past, can you tell me about that experience? Follow-up questions may include, what were some of the barriers you faced to finishing the application? What do you think would have made you more likely to finish the application? How do you feel now about not applying? Do you think you might apply in the future? Why or why not? So we anticipate generating recommendations related to several areas, some of which are listed on the right-hand side of the slide. Recommendations related to accessing the application, the time it takes to submit and hear back, the wording or language, the required materials, the format, the process of getting help, and training of Social Security staff members, as well as other areas of recommendation. So we also have separate questions for people who did complete an application and received a denial. So some of these people appealed and others didn't, and so we have questions about the initial application and the appeals process. Again, we anticipate recommendations related to all of the areas listed, including knowing about the right to appeal, the timeline for the appeal, the materials required by the appeal process, et cetera. And we have questions, separate questions for professionals, but in the interest of time, I'll just move on to our emerging insights, which is, perhaps the most intriguing part. So as I said, we've done about 7 interviews total, I think, about half with potential applicants and half with professionals. We have learned about several things, including the areas listed on the slide. There are difficulties related to healthcare access. One individual told us, she was speaking about her doctor, and she said, but she's technically like primary care. And so I couldn't fill out like any of them because I asked for a psychiatrist. So basically, due to like lack of access, didn't have anyone to fill it out. So in her experience, her challenges with healthcare access precluded access to SSI. We've heard about accessibility, including language accessibility. One person said there's a lot of legalese and it's like stacked up against you, write it. The onus is on you to prove why their determination was wrong. In addition to language accessibility, we've also heard about accessibility of support. One person during the application process tried to access support on the phone, but it was inaccessible to her due to a disability related to auditory processing. And we've also heard a lot about impact on mental health. One quote that's not included on the slide is a professional shared, it's not an empowering process by any means, and I think we're learning that this takes a tangible toll on mental health. One person shared, and I just kind of shut down after I got the denial. I think it was mostly just like the mental burden of going through the whole thing. One person shared, I think just the feeling is, I feel like a loser, I feel like a failure, and the process overall is, they say stuff like, this is so overwhelming, I can't even look at it or think about it. So in summary, existing studies often rely on secondary data and provide insights into broader trends among applicants. And this qualitative study will provide more nuanced information about barriers, including why some disabled people, including disabled people of color, who are eligible do not apply for SSI. And we are looking forward to developing a set of recommendations to improve the accessibility of the application and appeal process. And ultimately, the goal is to increase the number of disabled individuals who successfully apply for SSI and get the benefits that they're entitled to receive. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hyman. I'll pass it to Dr. Powell.
All right, thank you so much. So this is joint work with Lisa Abraham, Jesse Cohen, Virginia Zhang, who are also at RAND, and Derek Ruiz, who's at Southern University and AM College. And so the goal of this project is to develop a survey and identify a national panel of people with disabilities who have and have not applied for disability benefits and try to identify a barrier. So I guess to contrast with like kind of the previous papers, instead of kind of going in depth on some people, we're trying to do this on kind of a national level at some cost of kind of the depth that we can go into. So you might wonder if these are the views of the SSA. No, they're not. Okay, so this was really motivated by these recent trends in disability applications. So since 2010, disability applications have really shrunk for reasons that aren't completely clear. The literature has identified some broad economic and social factors that could be contributing to that, but we haven't really kind of no one's there's less work kind of diving into kind of understanding specific barriers people are facing. there's been an even steeper decline among children, people with children with disabilities. And so this project is going to, we're going to kind of focus on adults, and we're going to study adults and children. We're going to, there is this kind of missing piece, I think, especially for understanding why the rate of children applying for disabilities has been decreasing. So we're going to kind of really try to focus on that population. So the main goal here is to sort of identify those populations in a national platforms. That has been difficult, though. So there is some existing survey evidence that's been kind of alluded to before. The goal here, in terms of like national evidence, again, there's this kind of trade-off between kind of, surveying broadly versus surveying in depth. In terms of national evidence, there has been some work understanding knowledge about programs, including among people with disabilities. There's been less work, but still there is some work, with less work about trying to understand the barriers people are facing, are perceiving to face, and especially little work about children specifically, our parents with children with disabilities. So that's where we're going to try to step in. So the first goal is really just to identify, how the usual suspects of where you might survey people. There's not large enough to then identify a large set of people with disabilities. And then a big part of this project, which I'm not going to talk about much today, is about understanding disparities within that community. And so then you need an even larger sample. So a big part of this project was just identifying where we can find those samples. And then we just want to ask people who haven't applied for disability benefits kind of why, what are the main reasons, and get some descriptive answers about that. And then ask people who have applied kind of what were the hardest parts, what did they find, what were the kind of the barriers that they face even though they ended up on receiving disability benefits. And then the broader framework that we've been thinking about this is thinking about kind of knowledge versus policy. So is this kind of an issue where we see more outreach for people to understand the programs, understand different dimensions of the programs, or is it about the policy itself, where just certain parts of the program aren't economically attractive enough, or act as barriers themselves? And so that's kind of the underlying framework we're thinking about of what we want to kind of try to identify. So there are really four groups of interest here. There are adults with work-limiting disabilities who have applied for benefits and who haven't applied for benefits, and then children, I apologize, it says work-limiting disabilities, I shouldn't have said that, with and without who haven't applied for benefits. So we're really kind of thinking about 4 surveys here, and it's actually really 6 because we're going to try to split the survey to think about SSDI and SSI eligibility, just given that the program parameters are different for those populations. And so we've identified 2 survey platforms, which we're pretty excited about. So one is Respondi. This is just an online national platform, which has been used frequently by academics recently. So if you're familiar with these online survey platforms, you might have a bad opinion about them, like Mechanical Turk. And Respondi does pretty well. They kind of enforce attention among their sample. I used them just recently and had a really good experience with it. And so they were actually nice enough to run a poll for us just to kind of try to get an idea of just kind of, do they have the population sizes that we need? And we got some good news and bad news there. But generally, it seems like for each of our kind of 4 samples that we're interested in, they can kind of guarantee at least 500 people. They're a little bit more hesitant about children, but for the adults, those samples can get even bigger if we want them to. And then we were able to make a connection with the Rapid Survey Project, which is this very large sample of families with children under the age of 6, particularly from low-income households. This was formed during the pandemic. To understand, especially childcare difficulties and things like that. But they have identified that they've asked questions about disability before, and they have a very large sample of households with children with disabilities, and they're going to let us field a survey. They're going to let us include questions on their survey, and nicely they're going to let us do a follow-up, which is going to kind of give us some freedom to do some interesting experimental stuff. So the survey, when we're thinking about non-applicants, which is kind of our main focus, a lot of this is descriptive. We just want to ask kind of, why aren't you applying for benefits? Why haven't you applied for benefits? And kind of, walk them through kind of the different possible barriers and see what people are thinking. And we're going to have some open-ended questions for that as well. and again, kind of policy parameters, but also thinking about just difficulties, difficulties in stigma and things like that. We're also going to try to do some kind of experimental treatment where we just kind of give it, we're going to ask them what they know about the program, and then later we can actually give them kind of the right answers about here, a specific fact about the program, like here's the success rate for applications, or here's how health insurance eligibility ties into the programs, which can vary for SSI. And so we can randomize providing that kind of information, and then after we provide that information, we can actually ask them, what are the chances you're going to apply for disability benefits within the next 12 months, and just kind of see if that information shock actually matters. And then after that, we can actually, in the respondee sample, we can then say, well, hypothetically, what if we changed the policy in some way? What if acceptance rates got better, or what if we changed the length of the waiting periods, or something like that? And then we can hypothetical answer. So now, what is your chances of applying for benefits in the next 12 months? And that we can kind of assess the policy impact of that hypothetical change. So there are trade-offs to having a state of preferences, experiment. You get to control everything in that hypothetical world, but there are external validity problems. But fortunately, with the rapid survey, we can actually field this follow-up survey. So for that, we can actually give them real information and then ask them about application rates, at a later time period. So we could probably actually look at can we influence real application rates as well. So for those who applied for benefits, it's mainly just going to be descriptive. We're going to ask kind of just, what were the main barriers that you faced? So to finish off here, the main policy implications here that we're thinking about is if the information shock really matters, that kind of suggests outreach is really the main mechanism here to influence application rates. If it's really about policy parameters, there's certain parts of the program which just aren't attractive enough in some way, or are sound too risky, or act as a barrier in themselves, then that suggests that when we think about policy, we need to think about not just that the policy impacts the people who are currently receiving disability benefits, but it actually affects the broader population as well. So, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to stand at the podium because I'm losing my eyesight from the light. I'm hopeful it's a little better over here. And it is, yes. That's great. First of all, thanks very much for having me. I'm one of the newbies. I haven't been to this conference before, so I really appreciate the opportunity to present. I'm part of a broader research team comprised of folks from UMass Boston, the Center for Retirement Research, and Community Catalyst. Not surprisingly, this is our standard disclaimer. So today I'm going to talk about a little bit different topic, caregivers of functionally and cognitively impaired older adults, some of the challenges that they face and the policy options that they feel might be beneficial for them. And just by way of background, nearly 1 in 5 Americans are providing unpaid care to older adults at a value of more than $600 billion over the course of a year. And half of those individuals report difficulties, either in terms of direct financial difficulties, having to expend dollars on behalf of their loved ones often, or having to make many workforce accommodations, dropping out of the labor force, and so on. A lot of people end up jeopardizing their future financial security. Now, options to alleviate financial strain have been proposed, but we actually don't know a lot about what people themselves living this experience would prefer. And so that is what we're really focused on here. And also, there's very little known about the policy preferences of certain subgroups. And I can just say, this is often called, this generation of caregivers is often called the sandwich generation because they're caring for both children and older adults. After conducting the focus groups, I've decided that that's an incorrect characterization. This is the panini generation being completely squeezed at both ends. How did we go about our study? To mixed method study. First, we did focus groups, and I'm going to focus on those today. These were virtual focus groups of 6 to 8 caregivers, roughly 75 minutes each. We split it into higher and lower income groups because this affects everybody. We oversampled individuals from disadvantaged or underrepresented groups, and the subject matter involved caregiving-related financial challenges, primarily views on policy proposals, what they thought would be most helpful, least helpful, why and why not. A second part of our study is quantitative, where we looked at using NHATS and NSOC data. My colleague, Angie Chen, who is here and can answer questions about that afterwards, really looked at the prevalence of financial challenges by race, estimates of how policies improve financial security. We're not going to focus on that today, just in the interest of time. So this next slide is the characteristics of the focus groups. I'll just make 2 points here. One is that roughly 60% are working caregivers, okay? And as I mentioned earlier, we've got roughly half of the folks have incomes over $75,000, half under $75,000. So what did we discuss? I mean, it's clear that there's a need for policy. It's just not clear which is most beneficial and to whom. And so these are the 6 policies that we introduced and discussed with people. Expanded paid leave policies, giving a tax credit for providing caregiving services, direct payments being compensated for the care you provide, receiving free respite care, reimbursements for caregiving expenses, and receiving a credit for future Social Security if you have to leave the labor force and provide care. This is a chart. We had very rich, detailed discussion, and at the end of the day, we asked people to vote. And the top 2 policies that were favored by individuals included being paid directly for the care that they were providing to their older adult, or having, if they have to expend dollars to make accommodations in the house, build ramps or put in grab bars, being reimbursed for those expenditures. Now, the conversation, I just put some smatterings here of some of the things we heard, and the conversations were really rich, and you know, you can learn a lot just by listening, and that is what really happened in these focus groups. Some of what people told us about the policies that they favored were, like, number 1, the immediacy of receiving a financial benefit, really important to people. The idea that they would have to wait later or they could get a credit 20 years in the future on their Social Security, very little value to folks. They also very much wanted to keep the burden off other family members, a real sense of familial responsibility. Some of the concerns are some of the things we've actually heard with other programs. People were really concerned that if there's a new program, it's going to just be a pain in the neck to get benefits. The process is going to be cumbersome and potentially degrading. And also, some of the policies were time limited, and in fact, caring for an older adult is something that can be, is not just a matter of a few months, it's often years. We also asked people to vote on the policies that they least liked, okay, that they thought were not particularly going to be helpful. This was a surprise to me, but paid family leave and getting a tax credit on your income taxes were least favored. And I think a lot of us tend to think that first of all, FMLA is really good. It's important to expand it, but it's very targeted. And for people who are caring for older adults over a many-year period, it's not viewed as particularly helpful. We then looked at for 2 policies, a credit for Social Security and the provision of respite care, we observed differences in preferences by race and work status. So, for example, non-whites were more positively disposed toward a credit for Social Security than whites, and working caregivers, and this is, I think, fairly obvious, felt respite would be very helpful for them. The consensus, in conclusion, the consensus is that direct financial payments would do the most good. And there's a diversity in preferences. So it's pretty unlikely that a single policy is going to address the most important needs for all people. That's not a surprise. Very rarely does social policy able to address all those needs. But I just want to leave you with the mental note that this challenge is growing, given population demographics, and that we need policies to help a growing number of family caregivers. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks to all of our panelists. Some really interesting findings there that you've all shared so far. I know these are works in progress. What I'd like to do is we have about 20 minutes for questions. I have a few myself. I will only ask a few of mine. So if you could start, can you just raise your hand if you have a mic to hand so that people know? Okay, there you are. Okay. So if you look towards the back where the cameras are, that's where the mic is coming from. So if you have a question, it might be helpful to sort yourself or arrange for them to come to you. So I'll sort of pose the first question to Dr. Hyman. I'm curious, you shared a little bit about the barriers, some of the barriers that you're finding. Again, we know this is preliminary work, that multiple participants have shared. Do any of these seem particularly salient to you? I know that, again, there's only maybe 7, right, that you have so far. And does it differ between the non-applicants and those who are the non-reappliers, let's say?
Thank you for that question. One thing that sort of stands out, and I believe I shared this quote, was someone who did apply and was denied, shared that it made them feel like a loser. So I think there's something about beginning the process or participating in the process that's very disheartening to people. I don't know if that's necessarily a difference for those who have applied and those who haven't. I think perhaps maybe those who haven't have heard these stories from those who have, so there's sort of not such a clean division. But I think, in thinking about policy implications, it's obviously important to think about sort of the logistical aspects and the sort of the mechanisms that contribute to success, but also just how to support people so that they know that they're likely to be denied the first time, and they are more likely to be awarded benefits after an appeals than after an initial application. So changing the process and also changing the support available to people during the process so that so that it's not as disheartening.
Yeah, you did mention, so for the study that we did, ours was, what you all are looking at was a secondary objective, so it wasn't our go find it, but if we could, we asked, so I'd be happy to share that with you, but that was something that we also heard from people, was it felt disempowering, dehumanizing, the way that they had received the denial information. Dr. Powell, this is a methodological question. I'm curious about Respondee. Am I pronouncing it Respondee? How do they identify their sample? You shared about the rapid survey, but
Yeah, they've rebranded as Belindi. I should have mentioned, but so they do actively recruit for their sample. I think because I tried to come to them actually. I had the same concern or question where and I couldn't actually join their panel. So they do kind of a lot of recruitment, but they have an extremely large panel and they do a lot of intake as well. So it's actually kind of one of their benefits is it's easy to stratify based on certain characteristics. Like, so in this case, people with disabilities. In other work, I was able to stratify on people who have opioid dependence issues, which is so rare to have access to those kind of groups. So there are a lot of benefits to them. I mean, it is people who have internet access, so that is one of the costs. But that's the benefit is it's convenient, and you can kind of identify sort of these large samples of people who would sometimes be difficult to get a large group of people.
Thank you. And Dr. Cohen, I'm curious, what are, I know it's preliminary, some of the most maybe surprising things that you found? I mean, some of the things that you already shared, I was personally surprised, but I don't know what you found personally surprising.
I was very surprised. A couple of things really jumped out at me. First of all, just you get a sense just in these focus groups how challenging caregiving is on all aspects. I focused right here on just sort of the financial things that are really hitting them, but we know there are health impacts, there are so many social impacts, and the desire for immediate relief, that they were incurring real costs very quickly. That was one thing. The second was, frankly, it cuts across class. It didn't, the high income and low income, they were experiencing similar challenges. There may be certain disparities in some of what they think is going to be most helpful to them, but you couldn't discern a lot from the discussion that, if you're from one racial group versus another, the actual mechanics of caregiving and what's involved differ all that much. You may have less availability of services to supplement paid services depending on where you live and so on. But that was surprising. And I also thought, frankly, FMLA would be people would be really excited because it is proliferating across states. And it is great, but not for this particular issue.
Thank you. Dr. Marcelin, I'm curious, you discussed another methodological question. You discussed measuring what people say, but also well-being outcome. Is that going to be a qualitative thing or a quantitative thing or both? How will you measure well-being?
I am not measuring well-being. What I am trying to do is to compare, let's say, participation rate in France, UK, Germany, almost double compared to the United States. But before I can compare them, I want to see whether there can be direct comparison, whether any reform they might have, whether these reforms improve well-being. This is where the well-being question comes from.
Thanks for clarifying. Questions from the audience? I see this, I see there. And there, okay. I have them in my head now, the locations. No, I see you. Okay.
So my question is for Dr. Cohen. If you had placed the tax credit in terminology or in a cognitive, kind of conversation with similar to the earned income tax credit, do you think you would have gotten a different answer?
Well, we didn't just, for the purpose of the Right. Sorry. For the purpose of the conversation today, I put tax credit, but we hoped, a very plain language description of what it was. And is that what's underlying your question? Like, did people really understand what we were talking about? Yeah, I think they did. I think they did because a number of people said, I don't want to wait till the end of the year. I file taxes once a year. And that was exactly, which led me to believe, okay, they understand this because that's completely legitimate. One thing I didn't mention that was somewhat, I don't know how surprising, but, in this, there is still a real sort of conflict between where familial, private, personal responsibility begins and ends and public social accountability begins and ends. And it has to do with caregiving. There were a number of people in the groups who felt like, well, this is what I do. My parents, they raised me, they provided care for me. It's natural that I would do this and take on those burdens. So they had somewhat lower expectations, even understanding that if they had to make workforce accommodations, leave the workforce, you're basically passing on some intergenerational financial security because they're going to have less time to pay into Social Security, accumulate savings, and so on. But that was also among the focus group participants. There wasn't a consensus.
That actually sounds super interesting for you to dig into in discussion when you write up. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Angie Erkman. I'm with the Social Security Administration. So my question is to Dr. Cohen. So I have a question about the FMLA. And so my question is, how much did y'all probe about FMLA? Because I'm thinking about, this is long-term care, and I was like, it's 12 weeks, it's paid, but it's only 60% of your pay. And then you also had a retaliation from work if you leave work for up to 12 weeks. And so I'm just curious did people give an explanation for why they didn't want to, like for me, like on just surface, I'm like, I'm not going to take off from work for 12 weeks and lose my job, or take the chance to lose my job or fight with my employers. So I wanted to know what were their thoughts around why they wouldn't want to opt into FMLA. It's paid, but it's still only paid at 60 or 50%.
Your answer is in your question, which is people understood, oh, sure, that would be great, but it's limited to 12 weeks, as you correctly point out. They didn't focus so much on the 60% of pay. And caregiving, it's very rare for caregiving for an older adult with functional limitations or cognitive impairment to last for a 12-week period. So it's like, well, then what happens after that? How am I really going to, how am I going to be helped? So no one is opposed to 12 weeks, but when you ask people, what is your preference across a variety of policy alternatives, that one went right to the bottom. And remember, 40% of these folks aren't working, right? So they get nothing out of it. So they were thinking more like, well, under all circumstances, right, whether I'm working, whether I'm not working, what policy would I prefer?
With the fancy scarf. Yes, and then down front.
Good morning, everyone. Jave Grooms, Howard University, and associate with the University of Wisconsin-Madison's RDRC. Thank you guys for the lovely panel. My question is for David. Dr. Marcelin mentioned take-up rate for SSI, and I think disability 40 to 50%. And so when I think about children and children with disabilities, it's a two-part question. One, what do you think that take-up rate is? Is there any information out there on take-up rate for long-term, for disabilities for children? And then when we think about SSI, a lot of people think about money, but when we think about kids, there's so many resources that come along with these long-term disabilities. So I've been thinking about this research question a little bit, and I've been wondering, where do parents find out about applying for long-term disabilities?
Yeah, thanks so much, and nice to see you. I'm Jave. So I think we're trying to get at that latter point about we've been kind of focusing on Medicaid specifically because Medicaid in most states, but not all, is kind of automatically, you get automatic enrollment with SSI. So we were going to focus on that as a policy dimension to see if people understood that, and to the extent that if we provide new information, does that does that kind of encourage applying for benefits? Because Medicaid actually for children with disabilities comes with a lot of those benefits actually, and more even like kind of tagged to Medicaid eligibility. So we've been really focused on that. In terms of just kind of the number of children with disabilities, kind of applying for benefits divided by the kind of the population size, I don't actually, that's kind of one of the things we're interested in. I haven't really seen like I think the denominator has been kind of hard to define in that, so I haven't really seen good evidence of that. But yeah, I think the kind of what you're eligible for once you get on once you get SSI benefits, I think is extremely important and not well known. So my like personal experience is that getting on SSI benefits, getting your child on SSI benefits, just it does open the doors to tons of stuff. People don't seem to realize that, but we're not going to cover this quite as much, but it sounds like the other projects are. The barriers to getting on SSI for children, I think part of it is an information thing, but it is, I don't know anyone who's on SSI who didn't get a lot of outside help to do so. So that's not a problem we're going to specifically tackle, but it sounds like some of the other projects are. But yeah, that's a great point. We're going to try to get to that point specifically.
I thought another interesting part of that question that I don't know if Respondee would be able to help you with this is how do people get that information? In the study that we did last year, again, not our primary objective, but a few people did comment that they found out because they heard it from another parent at school. So not even that the school told them, especially if your child, for example, has a learning impairment that doesn't become apparent until education level. It's not something that would happen at the hospital at birth, if you even gave birth at the hospital. So interesting.
Yeah, I'll say, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll say our current survey does include a lot of questions for the people who have benefits, kind of how did they learn about it? Because I think those network effects are probably the most important thing, actually.
So stay tuned, you'll find out more. And then there was a question down front.
Thank you. Angelino Vicesa, Spelman College and NBER RDRC. So I have a quick question for David that's sort of methodological, and maybe it was on the slide. The longer term period that you'll do, I think, with the second panel, could you comment on what long-term means and how you make that assessment? And then for Mark, as you were talking about the key finding that they prefer direct payments from the government, it made me think of a literature more in the development economic space on cash transfers and how much it's been debated whether they should be conditional, unconditional, because when it's conditional, how do you really target and verify and so on? Have you all, thought about that? And obviously that's a much bigger question. It's not just about, what you were speaking on.
I'll go first. That's a great question. I'm embarrassed, but we don't know because we haven't really worked that out yet. So we're trying to go in the field as quickly as possible so we can kind of, and then we're going to try to hold back as long as possible, and kind of given based on just deadlines, because longer is better, I think. One of the nice things is they seem very interested in this. They seem very engaged with kind of the idea that we propose to them. So I don't think it's out of the question that we could just field the question later too. Like, so we have some deadlines for this project, but like we can sort of after the fact also continue to kind of re-ask that question. So I think so. Short answer, I don't know.
So that's a great question. Yes. Thank you. That's a really good question, and I'm thinking, like, you asked me about what I'm surprised about. I'm starting to wonder if maybe I was just ignorant, and there were so many different surprises. Your question was perhaps hitting at the most important that really came out is, I had no idea we'd end up in discussions about whatever policy is chosen, the process involved. And people saying, if I have to do X, Y, and Z, that's going to be terrible. And I think it's because certainly some of these folks had experience accessing public benefits, and I had the sense that they felt that the presumption of a lot of the eligibility process was that they were, the presumption is you're cheating. The burden of proof is on you to show that you're not. And that came through on all of these. Every single one, even positive ones. Yeah, well, what am I going to have to go through to get that? So on the conditional, conditional versus unconditional, clearly, anyone trained in economics knows that cash is king, right? You're maximizing people's utility to spend the money on what they want, and people, people preferred that. I think that I may be reading too much into this, but if there's evidence that they're providing the caregiving services, and you just have to look at the individual, that they're working with and so on, that it would be that's the single most important piece of it. But yeah, the process and application issues that I'm just thinking of the one person when said, cash is great, but wait a minute now, what am I actually going to have to go through to get that?
Thank you. That I think we'll also stay tuned for Dr. Marcelin's paper when we find out about administrative things that impact recipiency. But we are at our time. So let's have a round of applause for our panelists and our ASL interpreters. All right, we have a 15-minute break, so do you.
to give everyone a few. Wow, you guys are a really responsive group. Good morning. Welcome to panel 6 of the RDRC meeting. My name is Stephen Brown. I'm the Director of Insights and Evidence at the Aspen Institute's Financial Security Program. I'm really excited to be here this morning. Thank you for the invitation. Again, really great panel, really great session, really great conference. And I'm joined this morning by Deborah Brucker of the University of New Hampshire, Dio thank you, of Boise State University, Barbara Butrica of the Urban Institute, and Jessica Hardy of Hunter College. Over the next 75 minutes, we'll be discussing why places matter. And so a few minutes of kind of context for why places matter, why we're talking about this discussion. This panel, I think, is an interesting, at least for me, an interesting colliding of worlds from all the way back to grad school, where I trained as a sociologist, to now, where I spend a lot of time thinking about older adult financial security, to everything in between. And I think in thinking about this panel and thinking about the papers, really interesting set of papers, and why and how places matter. I think places matter for well-being, and I think we see this pretty clearly in a lot of different ways. Places obviously incorporated into the social determinants of health, which I know a lot of folks in this room spend a lot of time thinking about and studying. And of course, we were reminded recently about the various ways in which place matters through this recent paper that came out from the Chetty team and Opportunity Insights, as they've been doing a lot of work on place and economic mobility. Derek Hamilton, of course, mentioned it yesterday. And throughout, it's a theme, I mean, I'm not going to get into the specifics of that paper, but it's a theme throughout that work that where you grow up matters for your economic opportunity and for your well-being. And there's all these different elements that are this interesting mixture of place that can really determine the kind, have this determining factor or set of factors on how you get along in the world, right? And I think the question that folks are often wrestling with is what is the actual meat of this? What is it about places that matter, right? And of course, part of it is the physical infrastructure. Do you live in a place where the closest hospital is 45 minutes away? Does it require driving to that hospital? Are the roads passable all year round? Or is it down the street? Can you take public transit? The physical infrastructure, of course, matters quite a lot in terms of place. But of course, there's all these social and economic determinants as well. The labor market, the school systems, the housing market, residential segregation, all these different elements of how we move and operate in the place, and the economic opportunities we have available, of course, are mediated by where we live, where we grow up, where we're from. And on top of that, there's the networks and social capital. This is a big element of, for instance, the recent Chetty paper. And who we know, how are those people, can those people be resources to us? How can they connect us to potential helping us apply for jobs or apply for benefits or apply for colleges or whatever it may be, right? How are those networks resources to us, and the thickness and the quality of those networks and how they develop in their place is clearly important as well. And then finally, you have the cultural elements that we all bring to the table and are kind of mixed up as a result of all the other different elements of place. And so place operates on us, it kind of imposes on us in all these different ways that really do matter for our economic well-being, our health, our financial well-being, and our, of course, affect our ability to get those benefits and get the kinds of resources we need in order to thrive. And government, especially agencies as broad as the SSA, really, it's a mandate for them to consider what effective service delivery looks like, no matter where you live, right? Because they touch people all over the United States, all over this country. And so they really have to be mindful of all the different places that people inhabit and all the different mediating factors that can be adjusted or shifted around by place. And that's what's so interesting about the 4 papers that we're talking about today, because I think they all, in their own various ways, consider how place and the different kind of pieces of place are mediated through service delivery by talking about work, talking about benefit application, talking about other characteristics of place. And so I'm really excited for you all to hear. I've gotten a chance obviously to read some of their work, and really excited for you all to hear more about their projects as well. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Deborah, who will discuss her paper, How Do People Who Reside in Rural Places Prefer to Communicate with the SSA?
Thank you. Good morning. I am Deb Brucker from the University of New Hampshire's Institute on Disability, and this is work that's being completed along with Megan Henley, Stacia Bach, Kelly Nye-Lingerman, and Andrew Houghton-Voyle, all of our institute. I wanted to thank SSA and also the University of Michigan RDRC for funding this project. I do also want to mention that it builds off of a scoping review that was led by Megan Henley last year as an RDRC project. I'm sharing, very quickly, the standard disclaimer. It was there for a second. So the aim of this project was to use a community-engaged approach to hold interviews and/or focus groups in person and/or virtually to understand the customer service experiences and communication preferences of rural adults with disabilities, including family members of people with disabilities, and also older adults as they apply for and receive disability retirement or related benefits. We decided to use New Hampshire as our setting, as our Institute on Disability has tons of community-based programs that serve people with disabilities and older adults. And 7 of the 10 counties in New Hampshire qualify as being rural, according to an OMB definition. So our methods in following a community-based approach, first step was community engagement to finalize our data collection, instrument, and recruitment plans. Step 2 is collecting data and conducting preliminary analyses. Step 3 is receiving more community input into that preliminary data, so sharing that back with the people we spoke to in step 1 to get their feedback and insights. And then step 4 will be finalizing our recommendations. So in terms of community engagement, we recruited, scheduled, and held in-person and virtual meetings with 12 different individuals to gather their input onto a focus group guide that we developed based out of our scoping review, and to get their input on recruitment strategies. And you can see that many of the people identified in multiple categories of stakeholders that we were interested in. They may have been an older adult, also a person with a disability, also a caregiver of a person with a disability, or a caregiver of another older adult. So this was really helpful for us to get their feedback before we engage in any actual data collection. They had some great feedback for us, which was wonderful. Primarily, simplify our data collection. We were overly ambitious, of course, as academics. We would need to understand how people applied for benefits, how they heard about benefits in the first place, as some people have mentioned before. We needed to really understand and dig into how important a lack of access to smartphones, computers, printers, are as people living in rural areas. We also needed to make sure that we were very understanding that people are often unsure what type of benefits they're seeking or receiving, and we would have to address issues of accessibility. Something that we found interesting, issues of trust came up frequently and just in this community engaged process. One thing that I found quite surprising was that there were several statements that some people do not want any benefits. New Hampshire, the state motto is live free or die, so maybe that's not so surprising to some of you, but as someone who's, I see part of my career has been improving access to benefits, to hear that blatantly, I found a bit surprising. And also, issues of trust in terms of scams, as others have mentioned, that some people are not comfortable with any electronic phone communication for any reason at all. So it was after this step, as some people had questions yesterday about community engaged research and how IRB works. After we did all this, we submitted our IRB to the University of New Hampshire. And we started our recruitment, which was challenging despite the fact that we are in all these different communities, and we thought we'd have a great chance of just having people run to us to talk about their experiences. But we found that some community groups are still not as strong as they were pre-COVID, so they disbanded and really haven't gotten back together again. So that was a challenge. We needed to be more flexible and creative, so go where the people are instead of asking them to come to these locations, even though we had planned to hold meetings in each of the rural counties. We had to change our strategy over time. And we really were focused on people that weren't accessing social media or electronic networks. So we initially, were going old school with hard copy flyers being sent to libraries. We used local hard copy newspaper ads. We did eventually add some social media, but it was a lot of word of mouth, phone calls to senior centers, et cetera, to try to arrange some meetings. So our data collection strategy had to adapt. We expanded from just in-person focus groups to include one-on-one interviews virtually or in person, as well as virtual focus groups. And I have to thank, SSA, University of Michigan, and our IRB, because each time we did these iterations of scope changes and IRB changes, everyone was quickly responsive. So 3 of us hit the road a few weeks ago, and we held 3 focus groups in 2 different rural New Hampshire counties, 2 on-site at a senior center, 1 on-site at a UNH extension office for a disability advocacy group. And I wanted to quickly share, again, this is just based on this it's preliminary, but we were seeing some themes in these initial conversations. So first, local field offices are highly valued. The one county has its own office. And as an example quote, someone shared, they were really kind, very helpful. Toward the end, they were sick of me and I was sick of them, but they were so good and so kind, I wish I could remember their name. They also seem to feel sad for people that don't have a county that have a field office, stating when you try to reach them by phone or try to get on the computer, it's a whole different story. So I feel bad for people who don't have an office that they could go to. And it was also something that they would access if they brought a family member with them to try to understand. They might have gotten something in the mail that was not clear. So this, in terms of place, shows how relevant it is to have people in the community that are able to connect with people that are needing information about SSA. There was one individual at one point mentioned having to call a regional office in Vermont, which is right next to New Hampshire, and they did not like that because they said those Vermonters don't know us people from New Hampshire. So the second theme, communicating by mail, phone, or the internet is less valued. And it leads not just to misunderstanding, but missed opportunities and increased in-person visits for clients. So as an example, we heard this over and over, but someone said a lot of their SSA words written or online, sometimes I don't understand. And these were mostly college educated, some had associate's or bachelor's degrees. There was also someone who mentioned they wanted to try to go back to work, and I thought about calling them because it's hard. I looked into it on the website, it was confusing, and then I would just hold off. So that was a missed opportunity to have someone engage in the return to work process. Also, in terms of applying for benefits, people found the process overwhelming, so they, just decided not to apply for disability benefits, for example. So there are opportunities that are being lost when the communication is not adequate. And last, accessibility was an important factor that came up over and over as well. One person stated from the beginning of the process there was a lot of paperwork, but for me, they found it overwhelming because she couldn't use her hands, and everything is online now. So she had to have someone do the paperwork for her, and it was overwhelming and made her have anxiety. So the mental health issues the panel before mentioned. So it was very, very hard. Similarly, someone mentioned, if you have a visual limitation and you can't see very well, for example, to know that they're supposed to rip the two sides off and pop off, when you get the tax return thing in the mail, that itself was just too complicated. So our next step is we want to head even further north in New Hampshire. There's like the most rural county where we have some connections now. Hope to get up there before it gets snowy, do more data collection and preliminary analyses, get community input, and then finalize our recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. And now we'll turn to David.
Good morning. So I'm Dio Hoyalaya from Bowie State University. So my topic is assessing underserved communities' beneficiaries' communication needs and its influence on customers' experience and satisfaction. That's a long topic. So standard disclaimer, every single thing you're going to hear today, I'm going to talk about is strictly from me and my participant. Has nothing to do with Social Security or NBR. So context, right? We've heard about context. And I had a research from NBR last year, 2022, 2023. We're trying to figure out how do beneficiaries, and when we're talking about beneficiaries, talking specifically on underserved communities, Black people, how do they like their information? So we found out that they wanted the information in traditional mail to them. They don't want electronic. And they also would like their information to be in plain language, right? Very easy. Plain language means when I get this beneficiary information, I can find what I want. I understand what I'm looking for, and I can use that understanding to make the decision I want to make in terms of my retirement planning. Funny enough, when we're doing that, there was a report by the Center for Plain Language saying that SSA has the best report for plain language. So we have a report saying, community report saying, could it be in plain language? Then we have SSA saying, it's in plain language. So there's a gap, right? So I said, all right, this year I'm going to find out what does it mean. Maybe the beneficiaries don't understand what plain language is, or maybe SSA is not actually getting the right people to respond. So that's how we kind of the motivation for this was to figure out where the gap is, because we're hearing two different things. So these were kind of the research questions I propose. Do beneficiaries find the information they need through SSA communication on their preference with ease, which goes back to the Plain Language Act. What does it mean to be in plain language? Can you find what you're looking for? And when you find what you're looking for, do you understand what you see? And if you understand what you see, can you use that to make good financial planning decisions? So this is the overview of my research design. So it's a mixed meta research, and so the qualitative part of it, we were going to do focus group, and I was trying to be too ambitious, so I said I was going to do focus group of 120 participants, which was kind of cool because when you tend to talk to these people, the participant, they tell you stuff, so which was interesting. Then also, I did a quantitative survey also. So the goal of the qualitative was to find out from them, from the participant, what exactly, get them to talk, take the information from the talking to now use to design my survey to see if there's consistency pattern in there. My sample criteria. Then it was difficult getting almost 500 Black folks, people, to talk. So I had to form partnership with different senior citizen plot in different county in the state of Maryland. So, and it was also difficult because of the trust issue. When you go into any of the senior centers and say you're from SSAs or you're doing anything with SSAs, like, oh, scam. They don't want to listen to you. So I had to build trust with them. So luckily enough, I was able to build trust with Baltimore County, Howard County, and Prince George's County. So far, it's still work in progress. We've done all the focus groups, so we've met the requirement for the focus group. For the surveys, we close to there. I think I'm about, as of yesterday, I'm probably like about 90-something %. We had one yesterday, so you can't see this. I'm sorry, you can't see it. I mean, I can't see it on my slide, but these are the survey questions, and I just want to put it out there. At least you have. You can see it in the book. It's very clear in the book. So, but those are the survey questions. We didn't want to make it so complicated. We just wanted like 3 or 4 questions, because also the part of one thing we noticed is participants are very, very not patient. Like, you just, what do you want? Tell me what you want. They don't want you asking them long questions, and they don't want to fill stuff out. So we had like, I think it was like 5 questions plus the demographic questions. All right, so this is a picture of the community event. Like I said, it's difficult to get into the community, especially when you're dealing with government agencies or state agencies. You have to go through a lot of layers to get in. So getting in was a blessing. I was able to get in. I don't know how, but I got in. This is one of the community events that we participated in. We did the surveys in there, and just shows. And this is with the Baltimore County Recreation and Park. So findings. So what we did was we kind of categorize our findings. So this is findings based on 120 focus group participants and about 341 survey participants. So main concerns we've seen so far is they do not, participants do not understand the beneficiary statements. When they get their statements, they have no, they don't understand it. So it's just like, I get it, I trust it's good. But I don't really know what I'm trusting, but I know it's good. It's coming from SSA, so it's good. They do not understand how benefit amount is calculated. So that was kind of funny. Like, we talked about underpay, overpay yesterday. They were like, okay, how do you calculate this amount? Like, what exactly, how does this number meet this number? They cannot get SSA information. They cannot get to SSA information. So most of the participants could not access the information either virtually, either because of lack of technological information, or they can't really physically go there. Or if they call, oh, we're on the phone for 45 minutes, sometimes 1 hour. So they have that. So then they do not trust the source of information, so thereby they're not seeking information. So it goes back to that. It's from SSA, so it's fine. So do you trust the information? Trust. It's from SSA, it's fine. So that was kind of the consistent thing. Then the other thing, they said staff, SSA staff are overworked, thus irritable, not cautious, and impatient, and that we are on the phone for a long period of time waiting for them to respond back to us. Then the other thing we noticed is that men were lacking from these events. We didn't see a lot of men. So for the focus group, we had 120. We only saw 20 male and 100 female. So we're like, what's happening here? So this is some of the potential interventions that, because part of what was done was when we asked, what are your problems? What are the solutions that you think? So that way it's there. So for the do not understand beneficiary statement, provide some step-by-step guide approach. And I won't read all this for the essence of time. I think somebody mentioned yesterday panel 3 coming up like in an infographics or a graphic and stuff. Just something a little bit more user-friendly to that specific audience. There's a generalization that, once you do this, everybody will read it, but some audiences, specifically my audience, we just need to make it more pictorial or easier for them to read. So part of it was like take Social Security to various community centers. So what I tell them from Bowie State, they're like, you're not Social Security? And they just want to walk out of rounds. Like, well, I'm from Bowie State, but I know people in Social Security. Okay. So they want Social Security administrators at their site talking to them. Then they also want to be, part of them I've gotten like can I come work for you? I was like, I work at Bowie State. Oh, they want to be part of it. They want to be advocates. They want to talk to their own people. So they feel like if I'm there representing my folks, they will listen to me more. So I've gotten requests of people doing that. Then organize events, activities where SSA staffs are educated and beneficiaries. All right. And I've talked about the men. I mean, one of the things, when I ask how come men are not in the room, the male, black male, it's like, oh, the ladies would say, oh, the male wants us to go get information and bring it back to them. So I'm like, oh, okay. But I think something needs to be done in that area, though. So conclusion so far is we're still collecting data. I still have about 49 more surveys to complete. Participants would like to see interventions. They would like to see interventions. It's like, you've been coming here 2 years now. When are we going to see anything change? Oh, I'm talking to them this week. All right, I'm going to call you next. So they want to see things happen. They're like, every time we've been doing this, we've been hearing this, when is something really going to happen? Then, like I said, they would like to be advocates and ambassadors. They want to be part of what's happening in their community. Then they would like to see more initiative targeted at men, and they would like to be involved in planning of future intervention. I mean, for me, doing this, and one of the things we mentioned was hopefully, and we've heard this from yesterday, panel 3, panel 2, talked about something similar, and Deborah just also mentioned something similar, is hopefully all what we've been hearing, as I say, we'll probably operationalize it. Thank you.
Thank you, Daya. Barbara?
Thank you. So I want to begin by recognizing my co-authors on this project, Stipita Mujajia at the University of Washington and Keisha Solomon at Howard University. And also to thank SSA and Boston College for funding this research. And then the usual standard disclaimer applies here. So just quickly, our motivation for this paper really was from observing that place-based characteristics are increasingly being recognized as important social determinants of health, but yet they've received somewhat limited attention in the literature related to disability applications and SSDI awards. And we think that this is something that SSA would be particularly interested in, that is understanding the place disability link. It could help them to identify the extent to which certain populations are systematically underserved by SSDI due to barriers in program participation that are related to the characteristics of their neighborhood, such as lack of access to hospitals and the healthcare system. So our data sources for this are the health and retirement study. We're using the restricted version, which includes geographic identifiers that we then use to match on place characteristics and neighborhood characteristics from various data sources. The results I'm going to present today are preliminary. So with that in mind, what I'm showing you, or what I will show you, is based on a pooled sample of older adults, ages 55 to 66. Our key outcome variables are disability, and we're using a somewhat broad measure of disability that captures self-reported work-limiting health conditions, memory and cognitive disease, as well as limitations with ADLs and IADLs. And we are also looking at SSDI benefit receipt, although I won't be showing those results in the presentation. And then for place characteristics, at this time we're using census tract level characteristics. And what we've done is to create an indicator variable that equals 1 if a place characteristic is in the top quartile of the distribution among all tracts in a given year, indicating that that neighborhood has a high concentration of that particular characteristic. So maybe a high concentration of violent crimes or a high concentration of parks and green space. And these are currently the buckets of place characteristics that we started by looking at. Civic and religious organizations, community safety, transportation, healthcare, stores, the types of stores in the neighborhood, green space, the characteristics of residents, and urbanicity. Okay, so this slide here, and again, just these are preliminary, but what this slide is showing are differences in neighborhood characteristics among older adults by disability status. And what you see, if you look at the right-hand side of this figure, is that older adults with disabilities are more likely to live in neighborhoods with a high concentration of residents without a high school diploma, residents receiving public assistance, a high concentration of religious organizations, liquor, tobacco, convenience, and gas station stores, violent crimes, law enforcement agencies, as well as organizations that provide elderly disability or vocational services, public transit stops, and food and shelter emergency services. On the flip side, if you look at the left-hand side of this figure, older adults with disabilities are substantially less likely to live in neighborhoods with a high concentration of physicians, homeowners, professionals, and they're also less likely to live in urban areas. And just to give you a sense of how to read some of these, if you look at the right-hand side, older adults with disabilities are 12.4 percentage points more likely than those without disabilities to live in a neighborhood with a high concentration of residents without high school diplomas. And then on the left side, older adults with disabilities are 13.2 percentage points less likely than those without disabilities to live in a neighborhood with a high concentration of professionals. And these differences are all statistically significant. But we know that there are lots of other things that matter, individual level characteristics that are correlated with disability and SSDI receipt. So what this slide is showing are log-odd ratios from a multi-level logit regression that controls for, in addition to these place characteristics, individual level characteristics. And what we find is that even after controlling for individual characteristics, there are certain place characteristics that are correlated with the likelihood of being disabled, and those are shown here in blue. So for example, older adults in neighborhoods with a high concentration of residents without a high school diploma are 36.7% more likely to be disabled than those in neighborhoods with a low concentration of residents without a high school diploma. And then on the left side, older adults in neighborhoods with a high concentration of residents who are professionals are 22.2% less likely to be disabled than those in neighborhoods with a lower concentration of professionals. And then other place characteristics are also statistically significant after controlling for individual level characteristics, including the per capita number of religious organizations, liquor, tobacco, convenience, gas station stores, urbanicity, and the share of older homeowners. So all of those that are in blue. So as I said, these are preliminary results. We are still very much in the early stages of analyzing these data, but we are finding some evidence that differences in place characteristics, finding evidence of differences in place characteristics by disability and SSDI receipt. Next steps, we want to consider additional measures of health. in particular mental health, as well as additional place characteristics. So there are numerous place characteristics, neighborhood characteristics, and as well as different sources, data sources for those that we have potential access to. So we're going to spend more time kind of discerning and really looking at the data and thinking about which ones might be more important for disability and SSDI. Also, we want to consider creating indicators or indices that capture multiple place characteristics. So currently they're entering the regression as individual place characteristics, so one at a time. We'd like to, we're going to look at creating indices to capture multiple. And then in addition to what I've shown you today, the prevalence of disability and looking at SSDI receipt, the prevalence of that, we're also going to look at the onset of new disabilities and SSDI applications, as well as awards. And then importantly, we are going to, in thinking about modeling this, consider the causal link between place-based characteristics and disability, because we know that they are likely endogenous. And then finally, to look at systemic differences in the place disability link by race and ethnicity. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. And finally, Jessica.
Yep. Thank you, Stephen. And thank you so much to the Social Security Administration and the New York RDRC for funding this research. I'm presenting this. I'm Jess Hardy from Hunter College CUNY, and my co-authors Frank Hyland and Rosemary Hyson are here today as well. And I'm going to be talking about the importance of place in two ways. One is looking at urban-rural mortality disparities, and also looking at the importance of workplace in explaining those urban-rural mortality disparities. Standard disclaimer, and I actually have two standard disclaimers, so also the Census Bureau disavows this as well as SSA. There have been long-standing urban-rural mortality disparities for quite a long time, and they have been growing in recent decades. So for example, there's about 850 deaths per 100,000 residents in rural areas now, compared to about 700 deaths per 100,000 residents in urban areas. And this holds true across racial ethnic groups. So the numbers on the right show the difference, the gap for each racial ethnic group on the screen. American Indian Alaska Native has the highest gap, but the other groups, white, Hispanic, and Black, have about a 15-point gap if you look at them all together. And then there are racial ethnic disparities in mortalities as well. Again, American Indian, Alaska Native, as well as Black individuals have high mortality rates. Whites are in the middle, and Hispanic and Asian individuals have relatively low mortality rates. And so we wanted to look at how work matters in explaining these urban-rural differences and explaining these racial ethnic differences. Prior research has shown that work structures access to and use of health-promoting resources in a lot of ways, as well as how on-the-job experiences matter. Good jobs, if we use Arnie Kalleberg's work, promote good health. Bad jobs that are precarious, that have unstable work schedules, that are hazardous, are bad for health, and these do link to mortality as well. But we were interested in looking at the actual firms where people work. So the people you work with, the employers you have, what does that look like? And in particular, to what degree is your organization racialized? We think about this in three ways. One is wage inequality. So is there a persistent disparity by racial ethnic group within the firm or organization where you work that you may experience as a worker? So if you are Black and you work with other people who are Black who are all at the lower end of the wage scale, what does that do as a stress component of your job? Job churning, how does that look unequal by race ethnicity? The first fired, last hired dynamic. And then the racial ethnic composition of the workplace as well. And we think all of these may matter for individual stress processes by race ethnicity, but also by place, because because organizations look different across urban and rural areas, as well as the kind of health promoting resources workers have to rely on to cope with stress are going to differ between these places as well. In this particular presentation, I'm going to be talking about how racialized wage inequality explains urban-rural mortality differences, or not. We have a lot more to do in all the other measures and kind of continuing to pursue this work. And we argue this is relevant for Social Security because we're looking at how work structures people's health, but particularly their mortality, how long they live, right? So their lifespan as well as how long they're in retirement, and also looking at the kinds of economic resources, the earnings they have, and that has implications for pay into Social Security as well. We use the longitudinal employer household dynamics data set. This is an administrative data set that combines firm and worker characteristics across nearly all non-federal government firms for all workers across the United States. In our case, we were approved for 27 states. Those states enter into the data generally somewhere around the late 1990s and continue. So every quarter, every worker, every firm, which is a lot of data. We can link it to Numident, which I'm doing in this presentation, and then also in the future to mortality disparities in American communities, as well as census and ACS data. In particular, just to focus on urban-rural, I follow the standard classification systems. The first 4 categories here are considered urban. And then the last 2, the micropolitan, non-metro, and the non-core non-metro are rural. And we use a multi-level parametric survival time model. And we estimate the hazard of dying into the future. So basically, to sort of simplify the huge amount of data we have, we take the main job people were working in 2006, and also look at tenure in that job. So stretching on their records before that time period, and we predict mortality up to 2022. So it's not did they die on the job, but it's just what is their hazard of surviving or of dying over time. And we're able to account for observed and unobserved influences of firms by using random effects, and then we look at several models nested within each other. So we got disclosure for sign and significance. We didn't request disclosure for numbers. It takes a very long time to get that. Well, I want to focus on a couple of our findings. First, as expected, we can see that urban residents have a lower risk of mortality than rural do. Across the board, all negative coefficients. And unfortunately, so far we have found that the workplace indicators do not explain that. So in none of the models do the size of the coefficient for urban significantly change as we add more workplace characteristics. Our workplace characteristics are significant in generally the ways that we expected. So earnings and tenure at firm reduce the risk of mortality. Racialized wage inequality at the firm level increases the risk of mortality. And this, for now, our measure of this was just firm level wage variance explained by race ethnicity. So it's basically an R-squared measure is what we're using here to symbolize racialized wage inequality. And then our interactions both indicate, so they're both significant, and basically for tenure it indicates that the longer you're at a firm, the less racialized wage inequality has an impact on mortality. And then urban residents' racialized wage inequality has less of an impact on their mortality than it does for rural residents. And we do find that these workplace factors matter to improve the fit of the model, and that they have an impact on, they slightly explain the black coefficient compared to whites. So they slightly explain the disparity in mortality, although not completely. So overall, preliminarily, there are significant disparities in longevity by urban-rural residents and race ethnicity. And there's evidence consistent with the idea that workplace matters. There's lower mortality among higher earning workers, higher mortality among workers in firms with higher racialized wage inequality, and higher mortality among non-Hispanic Black workers that is somewhat explained by workplace characteristics, but not entirely. Thank you.
Great, thank you all. So we're going to enter into a few minutes of discussion with all the panelists before we open it up to Q&A. And I personally have a lot of questions for each of the panelists that I could ask. So after we finish the roundtable Q&A, please ask questions, or else I will take moderator privileges and ask all of them. So I'll give you some time to be thinking about what you want to ask them. But again, thank you for this really interesting set of papers. I guess I want to start with Deborah and Dio. And both of your papers are really strongly interested in service delivery. And I guess I'm wondering how you think about the elements, and you both brought up the issue of trust. How do you think a large hypothetical government agency could be thinking about facilitating greater trust within community as part of their service delivery?
So part of our project, we asked people to think about things that SSA could change, as well as things that could change at the community level to improve how people are accessing and getting information about SSA benefits. So I think that's important, that they come up with some solutions that could be implemented that build on the strengths in their community and aren't just left in the hands of SSA to try to fix this the same for all communities, which are all different all over the country and for different subpopulations. SSA seems to be doing a lot because scams were big on everyone's minds. A lot of the seniors had been to SSA scam presentations at their senior center, and they see the ads on TV. I don't know if that's improving trust or just making them more wary of talking to anybody about SSA-related issues. And then I think the plain language, could go far in terms of trust, because if you don't understand something, I think you're innately mistrustful of it.
Thanks, Steve. So I think yesterday in panel 3, they talked about the only one way is also getting the only way you can build trust is if you communicate. And if you don't communicate, you can't build trust. So one of the things we've been hearing, or I've been hearing, is Social Security Administration needs to come and build trust with them, and they have to communicate with them. Communicating means they have to be there. This is the feedback, right? If I see you there, then I believe you have more concern for me. Then also using the, I mentioned of advocacy, I'll trust it if I see someone that looks like me telling me about something.
Thank you. And for Barbara's and Jessica's papers, I think, and for your colleagues as well, your papers, I think, get into a lot more of the broader structural elements of places. And so I'm wondering, what are some, within your findings, are there surprising, I guess what surprised you about elements of place and their relationship to the well-being outcomes you're looking at? Like, I heard a little bit in Jessica's presentation around some of the workplace elements, but are there other things in your papers that you expected to matter about, like particular places that either didn't come up or came up, or things that you weren't expecting to be an issue that did come up? What were some of the surprises from your findings so far?
I think with hours, one of the things that I think we were surprised about, and we're still not entirely sure we understand it, but the finding that of religious organizations was kind of the opposite of what we would have expected. Their correlation with disability and SSDI benefit receipt. And so there are, I mean, that was the, and that one actually is one of the strongest results so far. But one of the things that we, are finding, which I mean makes sense, but a lot of the place characteristics are also very much correlated with each other. And so what I showed you today was after we kind of, those place characteristics that we kind of selected after looking at the correlations of so many of them that were just highly correlated with each other. And so that's something that we're going to spend more time kind of as we, in the next step, I guess, next phase, really kind of thinking about those, the characteristics that we think would be most relevant and why, and think about sort of the context of why they'd be important for SSDI.
Thanks. Yeah, I think the biggest one in the findings that I presented, I would say, is the interaction of racialized wage inequality and tenure. That the longer you're at a place that's so unequal, sort of the more muted that effect is, that inequality effect is, which I found surprising. I will say it's a massive amount of data, and there's a lot of decision points along the way. And so one of the other reasons we don't want to disclose numbers at this point is because there's a lot we have to look into in terms of sensitivity analysis, a lot of other measures we want to include, and so I think that will evolve. But I did find that piece interesting, and it may be something about, survivor effects or whatever, but there's more to look into there.
This next question is for you, Deborah. In your project, you talk a lot about trying to find ways to engage with folks in these communities and the different processes and different steps you have to take to engage. What do you think that this, I guess, could you talk more about whether you think some of the challenges you're running into are specific to rural places, challenges around community engaged methods? Like, what do you think, could you talk a little bit more about whether you think there are, I guess, place-specific elements to some of the challenges that you're running into, or some, not challenges, but some of the, I guess, hurdles or in order to find folks who are willing to talk about their experience applying for benefits?
Sure. So as I mentioned, we shifted our strategy to go to events that were happening in the community. So similar to some of the slides you showed, we're calling this tagging on to events that were already planned. Turned out to be the best strategy. So the disability advocacy group that I mentioned, they were already having their lunchtime meeting at a restaurant. The senior center was already having congregate lunch, so we had a focus group before and after the congregate lunch when people were showing up anyway, and that seemed to help out a lot. Transportation is a big issue in rural communities, and we had initially planned, as I mentioned, to have certain locations within each of these rural counties identified through UNH's extension offices that we would hold these focus groups, and I think transportation is a huge issue. We did ask some people who came to these, how do we reach people that don't come to these events? I mean, that's really, the people that we'd like to reach. And they actually did not have any great ideas about it because they said, so-and-so, Joe doesn't even go out for groceries. Someone has to buy their groceries for them. I don't know how you would ever talk to them. They don't use the phone. They don't like to talk to people in general, so that's a challenge. Even if, we do have members of our staff that are more, embedded in those communities, we're still struggling a bit with that.
Dio, for you, I guess another question I was wondering is, did you, in the conversations that you had in your focus groups, what are the, like, how did they think about, or did they have specific suggestions around the kinds of language changes? Because you talk a lot about, like, the language, whether it's plain language, the specifics of the language changes that they would like to see.
So I think you're kind of going into my next project for next year. But they didn't have specific language. Like I said, next project is looking for specific interventions, but what they suggested was maybe having like a step-by-step approach, like a joint aid, like visual. They wanted something that, and easy, just to kind of comprehend and understand. So for instance, when I asked the question, when you get the amount, do you know how that amount is calculated when you look at your benefit statement? And it was like, no. It would be nice to see something below that shows how it's calculated, to say maybe this is this. So they just want something really user-friendly. I'll probably say, so what, 4th grade level type, whereby they can just say, oh, this is what this means. Okay. That's it.
And so for Barbara, I think something else that I think stands out to me about this particular project is that, so you mentioned the religious organizations, which I thought was an interesting one. But I think as I was reading the different indicators, I was kind of coming up with a sense of, the kinds of places, like an image of the kind of places that were popping up. Like, do you think the places themselves that where folks are experiencing more disability and more applications, are these essentially the same places that are sharing these overlapping characteristics, or do you think there is something distinct that some of these places have just lots of folks who have only high school diplomas, and other places have lots of places that, or other places have high concentration of crime? Is there like overlap, or do you think these are kind of like, what's the Venn diagram basically? Is the question I'm asking of the places that you're seeing more of this disability incidents?
I do think that there is a lot of, as you say, kind of like this overlap. And so that's why I was saying that, an important part of this project is going to be really kind of thoughtful modeling to be able to capture kind of the endogeneity between those neighborhood and place characteristics and disability and SSDI, and also, for selection. And so that's something that we're not there yet in what I showed you today, but that will be really important. So that's a very high on our list for next steps.
And finally, for Jessica, before I open it up to all of you, your paper reading summary was really interesting to me because it took me back to a lot of things I was interested in grad school related to employment. But I think something, so you note that the urbanicity aspect was especially robust, and that it wasn't mediated all that much by the employment. So what is your early argument for why that factor comes out quite so strongly relative to the employment pieces?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think that, I do think that there will be differences if we break down into the subcategories of urban-rural. I will say that. So urban in particular contains a lot of variation. But I think a lot of it is the high mortality rate in rural areas and what that means for resources in those areas and the kinds of deaths. So the other thing, when we link to MDAC, we can look at cause of death. And so I'm very interested in looking at using the same kind of modeling, but looking at cause of death to see, I think that's where we'll probably be able to answer that question, and that that might be about, you know, we know that there are differences in terms of like substance abuse and violent deaths and things like that, or suicides. But I think that even maybe some of the types of like long-term issues people are dealing with will probably differ. But yeah, it was somewhat surprising to me. I do think we'll have more to get into and we may be able to explain it better, but I did think at least some of the economic indicators would explain it a little. Yeah.
All right, great. So I know we have someone with a mic out here, and they might have to help me a little bit because I can't. As everyone who's sat here knows, the lights are quite blinding. So any questions for our panelists? Yes, right here.
Good morning, Ben Belton from SSA. This question is for Jessica. I was curious to see if you had any thoughts about the impact of gender wage inequality or ageism in the workplace and its impact on mortality.
Yeah, that's a really good question. We haven't thought about it. I do want to look at the models differently by gender eventually and think more about gender. I mean, our research was actually inspired by an article that I read before it was ever published. It was actually published this January by Tyson Brown and Patricia Homan, looking at structural racism at the state level and how to measure that. But Patricia Homan actually had done work earlier looking at gender inequality by state and looking at the health effects of that. And so I think going back to that and thinking through that would be really interesting. And I think that possibly also could be an explanatory factor. I don't know. The age question is really interesting, and I don't know if the same kinds of measures would work. Like, I see them being a reasonable, like, carry over the same kind of questions for gender. With age, I know there's kind of a curve effect of like earnings, right? And so how to pinpoint differences in earning inequality by age would be really interesting. Or like, is it also the case that being alone as one of the older people in your firm is sort of stressful in the way that it might be one of the, you know, like one of the only women or one of the only Black employees or whatever? Like, does that have the same kind of effect? I don't know. Do you have ideas about how to measure age discrimination? I'm curious. Yeah. Okay. But no, that's a good question. Thank you.
Are we on? Okay, good. Angelino Vicesa, Spellman and NBR RDRC. My question is for Dayo, and I'm curious, quite in the weeds, on how you're going to try and get the plain language issue ironed out with your respondents. So could you tell us a little bit more? Are you imagining that you're actually going to propose different type of prompts? Or how are you going to elicit what really, you know, plain language is? And I wondered whether, with the rise of AI, right, and how much people say we can use these large language models, whether that can help in that process. It very well may not, but I'm just curious how you're going to get at that, because it's not obvious to me, right, what that really means and what respondents are expecting.
Thank you for the question. So one of the feedback we've gotten back in terms of operationalizing what plain language is visualizing it. So one of the things was next time you want to show us what you mean by plain language or what plain language represents or means. So I think that would be probably first step, I'm thinking, is how do we show it to them, like this is what plain language means, and is this what you're seeing? And if not, then that means it's not plain language. In terms of your question to AI, this particular participants group, computer is like not their friends. So when we're talking of AI, we're not saying that's totally off the table, but now we have to talk about, first of all, educating them And also, before we even get to education, we also have to talk about trust and building up the system. I think yesterday one of the panelists talked about how our mom was just clicking everything. This is the same type of people, they just click everything, or they just believe. So we're talking about building trust first before we introduce AI. Now, AI might not be solve everything, but we have to definitely build that trust to let them know that before you even think of AI. But yes, AI will be a good tool to use, but I don't think we're there yet, though.
And I meant it more for you for the framing of what plain language might be, not that the respondents were. So, yeah, just to take.
All right, thank you.
Hi, Adnan Barazi, actuary for SSA. I have a question for Jessica. Your paper is very interesting. I'm interested in your thoughts on there are kind of two kind of components that are related. So one is that there are, a lot of rural places, a lot of them tend to, some of them tend to be more monolithic. And so I'm kind of interested in sort of the deviation maybe between the racial demographics in places that are entirely, predominantly white areas, and how maybe in places that are more segregated, in places that are, that actually have racial equality in the region, on the local level, but not at the employer level. So I'm interested in kind of what you think about that, and also about in a lot of rural areas, there's been a lot of work about how employer concentration in rural areas is very different from urban areas, right? Specifically, a lot of these places might only have one single employer, so maybe a loss of job is a specific kind of channel for some of that. So I'm interested in what you think and what, because I know the data is very rich, so I appreciate everything.
Thanks. I feel like you gave me a great opportunity to talk about what we want to do. So we have, it's imputed, but we have information not only on firms, but also workplaces. So, they work at Walmart, but where do they work at Walmart, right? And then, so we have those locations, and then we can link that to ACS to find out the racial composition of the area where they work. And not only that, we have a little hopeful down the line, many years, that we can also use LEHD to understand not only who lives in the area where they work, but who is around there, right? If we know everyone who works in a town, we can say during the day, what is the racial composition of people who are there, either because they live there or because they work there, right? And look at differences there. And so one of the things that we plan to do is to look at that. So if you are an Hispanic worker working somewhere, but you're going out at your lunch break, for lunch, and it's a fully white neighborhood, right? How may that add to your stress, right? And so some of those measures are things that we propose to do. Obviously, we can't really say what is going on, but we can look at the deviation between the worker and the people that they may encounter day to day, the kind of resources that are around there and things like that. So we have thought about that. It is a challenge, definitely, to do that and to get those geographic measures started. We also, at one point, wanted to look at commuting times and things like that, and where they're commuting through the day, and for now, we're not doing that. And then the second part, about the rural employers, I think, that will be really interesting to look at. On an individual level, we don't know whether if someone leaves, they were fired, or, we don't know why. So that's why we're using this kind of proxy of who's being churned in and out. Because I could see what you're talking about, in meatpacking plants, right? Or things like that. We might see a lot of turnover in those employment, and that may have an effect on the employees who pass through there, even if they get rehired at various times. Thanks.
All right, I think we are at time for this panel, and I would like everyone to join me in giving this panel a round of applause. I know I saw some other questions out there, so feel free to ask them at some point later in the day, preferably after they've had a chance to eat their lunch. and with that in mind, I believe now it's time for our lunch break, so and we will reconvene at 12:15.
I'm Bob Weathers of the Social Security Administration, and it's my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker today, Deb Whitman of AARP. She's joined by Andy Astruth of Boston College, who will moderate the discussion. Deb is an economist and expert on aging issues with experience in U.S. policymaking and international research. As Chief Policy Officer at AARP, Deb leads global policy and research to help communities, lawmakers, and the private sector improve our lives as we age. She's the co-author of a forthcoming book that I'm very much looking forward to reading, titled The Second 50, Answers to the 7 Big Questions of Midlife and Beyond. Among Deb's many numerous career accomplishments, there is an important one that's not listed in her RDRC program bio. Deb worked at SSA with Steve Sandell to launch the first Retirement Research Consortium cooperative agreement way back in 1998. So thanks to her efforts, we're here today celebrating this 26th annual RDRC conference. Without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Deb and Andy.
Thanks, Bob. Really appreciate that. First of all, thanks to everybody who put on this event. Thank you to Social Security for your support of this wonderful event. Thank you to all of the logistical staff, and a special shout out to Amy Grzybowski of the Center for Retirement Research. And I am thrilled to be here today with Deb Whitman, who I have known for many years. And some of you may know I was one of the first employees of one of the RRCs, the one at Boston College. So in some way, I owe my job to Deb indirectly, but she's been just an amazing person and a friend for many years now. So I'm really excited about getting to ask her a whole bunch of questions today. And then we'll have time for a few audience questions at the end. I want to cover three topics. I want to talk a little bit about the origin of the RDRC and the RRC, which Bob has nicely teed up for us. I want to talk a little bit about the new book that Deb has coming out very shortly. And I would also like to get into some of the issues that AARP has been working on and some of Deb's experiences in the policy world in her long and many years with AARP. So let's get started. It's so great to be here with you. And I would love to jump off with the RRC and the RDRC. I mean, this started in the mid-90s. There was this vision among some people at SSA, I believe, to build a consortium. And can you tell us a little bit about what was the motivation? How did that get off the ground? And how do you feel about where we are today?
So first of all, thank you to you and Bob for the kind words. I'm so excited to be here. The fact that 26 years and several gray hairs, this meeting is even happening is one of my proudest accomplishments, I think, in my career. I was really, really lucky that when I was graduating from Syracuse, getting my PhD with Bob Weathers and Bart Butrika, who was on the last panel, and people like Mary Daly, who is head of the San Francisco Fed, there was a huge focus on aging at Syracuse. And so even though my dream job had been to work on child poverty for UNICEF, and I got that job, I turned it down to go to SSA. And it's been the best choice of my life. And I was really drawn to SSA because Steve Sandell was there. And his family, Renee and Larry, are here today. And I have to give Steve full credit for the vision of having research centers that focused on aging. And so he had gotten the funding, gotten the approvals through all of the bureaucracy at Social Security, and had this vision of increasing the research on Social Security and retirement issues so that we could make the programs better and work better for people. Steve worked with Kalman Rupp and Howard Imes. I'm going to mention a lot of people. I got to work with great people like Paul Davies and Suzanne Payne were my colleagues at the time. And we put together these grant applications and came up with the idea of a consortium that would work together and have centers that were kind of centers of excellence but work across different institutions. I want to take full credit for the reason that you guys are here today. I had worked for a professor who would never finish his grants unless he had to go present them. And then a couple days before, how many of you do that, researchers? A couple days before, he would get out a big ream of paper and start scribbling the answers and start asking Barb and I to run some numbers for him. And he would put together his work, and then he'd be able to present it. So I was the one that said that we had to have an annual conference. And I'll just say what's happened out of this conference is all of the sharing of research ideas from people that maybe would have read an article, but maybe not all of the articles that would be presented here. We've seen collaborations, questions from the audience that pushed research much further. So while it was a means to the end of getting people to finish their research, I've just been really proud of the conference and the legacy that it's had. I will say, regretfully, Steve passed away. And one of the other things I'm proud of is that we created Sandell Scholars to help people, because a lot of the grants were going to very established researchers, but to help people early in their career get engaged in aging research and understand Social Security. And that has just, I think, elevated many people's career in going into this work. And I've just seen huge feedback from people that say, you know, I was going to look at this or this, but then I got some money, so I looked at that. And I've been working on aging issues and Social Security ever since.
I'm glad you mentioned that because that program we've been fortunate enough to run that program through our center for many years now, and we keep a list of all the people who have won the awards on our website and sort of like where they are now. And those Sandell grants have done so much to create like the next generation of extremely talented researchers who've gone on to great careers in the field, both in public service and government and in academia. And it's just been, that program by itself has been a huge success. And I know the other centers have their own training programs in place too, and it's part of the core mission of the consortium, as you well know, to do that. So we've seen it up front and close.
And I spoke to Renee just before this, and you know that's just such a testament to Steve's legacy, because he cared so much about educating people and continuing research. And so you know, I'm really proud of the work that you guys have done and all of the researchers that have been engaged.
Well, thanks so much for that. And is there anything, just looking forward for the consortium, that if you had your wish, you'd like to see big kind of emerging issues, which we could be looking into more? I might be getting a little bit into some of our later questions, but.
Yeah, well, first of all, it's evolved in the last 26 years.
Very
and
much.
I'm really impressed by, it's not been a static program. It is expanded to have disability centers from the original 2 research centers. It is expanded through NBR and New School now. I really applaud Cololo and the Social Security Administration for taking a deeper look at disparities and making greater investments in researchers at historically black colleges and universities and really prioritizing that. I would say if I had one regret from the original grant application was, although we had areas of research, I don't think I embedded that as much as looking back I would have wanted to now. And I think the changes that have been made are really important. Now you asked me a more specific question, which is what do I want to see? And this probably comes from me being a wonk and having worked in the Senate for a decade. I would really love to see more problem solving. One of the things I think academics tend to do is explain what the problem is, but not offer the solution to it, right? When you publish an article most of the time, it'll say at the very end, policymakers should read this article and come up with a way to fix it, or more research is needed. Right. And I just have to say, having been a policymaker, I'm like, I want to scream at you all. Like, what should we do? As much as, I love the statistics and your econometric techniques, what I'm really looking for are those next steps. And so, we've worked with the National Academy of Social Insurance to do innovation grants or come up with really good ideas of how to help people. For example, one we just did, who have work-limiting health conditions and may not qualify for SSDI. How could we better help them through the program, and what are the innovations we could do there? So I love your research, but spend a little bit more time than that short couple sentences saying policymakers should read this and figure something out. Help us to you've spent a lot of time, help us to think through what are the program solutions to the problems that you're raising. And then evaluation, I think, is always important. Yeah. And making sure that we know something works the way we think it will work, as best as we can design things. Sometimes people fall through the cracks, and that's where they're looking at disparities. Aging is very heterogeneous. There are people that reach older age with lots of money, lots of health, and lots of choices. And then there's a whole array that don't have those. And so if we look at averages, or we look at a program design and say, okay, well, it works for 90%. Well, what's the 10% that it's not working for, and why?
That's a great jumping off point for getting into talking about your book a little bit, which is, you teed that up so nicely.
Thank you.
So as Bob mentioned, Deb has a book coming out next month, I believe. It's the second 50 answers to the 7 big questions of midlife and beyond. And I want to jump ahead to that, because the disparities issue is one that you brought up, and the 10% or whatever percent it is that are really not helped or need more assistance or solutions to get to them, to reach them. Could you talk a little bit more in the book you talk about the barriers facing these groups and potential ways to break them down? I know you address healthcare, education, employment, or any of those. Take a long time, but any of those you would like to follow up on and dig into a little more?
Sure. Let me tell you just a little bit about the book and why I wrote it. Sure. And then I'll jump into more detail about your question. So I've been working on aging issues since 1997, when I graduated from Syracuse University and started at SSA. But I was about to turn 50, and I realized, wow, there's a lot I don't know. And in fact, there's no books on my shelf next to what to expect when you're sighting and how to send your kids to college. That was what to expect when you're aging. And so I wrote out the questions that I wanted to know, and then did very deep research. All of you would be impressed, because there's 1,000 footnotes, and I think I cited half of this room in it, to pull together a best explanation on some of the core things that people think about as they age. So my chapters are focused on how long will I live, all about life expectancy and how it differs, including by the social determinants of health that we talked about in the last panel. I looked at, will I be healthy, and things that impact our health span. Will I lose my memory, and cognitive decline and dementia, which actually the rates are falling, even though more people are scared of that in their second half of life than almost anything else. I looked at where will I work, and will I have enough money, and I'll go into more detail of those, because I think this is the audience where those are most relevant. But I also looked at housing, and where will I live, and long-term care, and then I looked at how will I die. And then, because of the work I've been doing for the last 25 years, my longest chapter, which my mom never read yet, is all of the ways that we can make it easier to age well in America and the policy solutions we need to have. So you asked me specifically about disparities, and I looked both in the issue of work, at things like age discrimination, the intersectionality between that and gender discrimination. I think it's really important that the research that I think Rich Johnson, I don't know if he's here, but he's on the panel at some point, has done, where half of people in their 50s are going to lose their job involuntarily, and only 10% of the people who lost their job will ever make what they made in the past. To me, that was a starting point of labor market instability that I hadn't even realized. I knew how hard it is as we age to get jobs, with both from the age discrimination questions that we ask people where they start facing it in their 40s, but also research from David Newmark and others that show that by the time you're in your 50s and 60s, the odds of getting callbacks are a third lower. And so looking at the intersections between age and race in the labor market, and also the physically demanding jobs and the types of jobs that people have of how long can I work, really does vary. And there is no one answer. I mean, I have the advantage of being able to sit for most of my job. I think it would be much harder to work until mid-60s or 70s if I was crawling around as a plumber. And so these are the types of questions that I think other people are interested in, but also raise the complexities of what we have in America.
No, it's a really good point. And I was also struck by the fact that there was another personal motivation for you in writing this book, I think, came from growing up in an intergenerational household, which is not that common. Still becoming more common, I think.
Becoming
now.
a lot more common.
But for a while, it was becoming less common.
Yeah, my grandmother had schizophrenia, and my mother was her carer for over 40 years. So I grew up with my grandma in our house, loved her to death. And, you know, I didn't think of how that experience was going to influence my life as a teenager. You know, this is just how you live. I think it's really made me sensitized to both the beauty of older people, the amount of sacrifice that people have as caregivers, and importantly, how important are systems like Social Security, disability, Medicaid, all of those things helped care for my grandmother. That would have been you know, sort of a huge hit to my family's income if we didn't have that kind of a support. So the book comes out of a perspective of love for her, and also the lessons I think have carried through all of the work that I've done.
Yeah, that really struck me. I want to move on and talk a little bit about, because we could cover the book all day, and we probably will come back to that. But I would like to talk a little bit about there's a tremendous amount of work that you've done at ARP over the years. You guys have had some really clear successes in a wide variety of issues related to aging, both at the federal level, which this audience probably knows a little bit more about, but at the state level as well. And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit. I mean, one thing that comes to mind is the auto IRA programs that states have adopted to expand coverage so everyone can get access to retirement savings plan in the workplace. But there are other things, I'm sure, as well. So could you talk a little bit about what's going on at the state chapters?
So we don't have chapters, but we have state offices and territories as well. You know, what's amazing about AARP is that we do have the ability to advocate at the federal, state, and even local level. So everything at the local level about accessory dwelling units and the ability for people to, you know, have a granny or a nanny flat in their house as a source of extra revenue, and trying to change zoning laws, to at the state level working on prescription drug boards, or as you mentioned, we've been hugely successful at getting states to create new ways to expand coverage of retirement savings. So half of the people in this country cannot save through their paycheck because their employer doesn't offer them a chance to. We know that it's more likely people of color. We know it's more likely people of lower income. And so Illinois was the first state. We're now up to 20 states who either have programs or are considering it. And these pool the resources of all of the employees of the states who don't have employer-based plans. It's been, I think, the biggest change in retirement in my lifetime. But it's not enough. because there are still, if I said we got 20 states, there are still 30 states where we don't, and we need to have everybody have that ability to save, the choice to save. All of these are opt-out, so if people don't want to save, then they can certainly do that, and some people can't for a time period. I know when my son was born, and I cut back my hours for their time, I couldn't put money in my retirement account. And then when I was paying for 2 daycares, I couldn't pay. I know a lot of you have felt that before. But having that option and having that money grow over the course of my lifetime for the times that I could save has been a game changer. And we've been showing that, for states, not having people have anything, any kind of assets when they retire, not only is hugely stressful for individuals, because as we know, this is a Social Security conference, Social Security was never meant to be the only source of income, and it's really tough to live on, particularly in high cost areas. So having that cushion is so important, and we need to give people that opportunity. We've been very active on all kinds of other issues, but I think that's the most relevant here.
No, and that's something that's been really important to our center, and I know AARP, I know SSA has funded work through the consortium on that model too, because it's a very promising way to close that coverage gap that you mentioned. I want to talk a little bit about prescription drugs, because it's such a kind of elephant in the room from a price standpoint when you think about healthcare in this country. Yeah. And I was actually pleasantly surprised, I guess, that you mentioned state-level efforts on prescription drugs. Obviously, we think a lot about it at the federal level in Medicare and the potential for blockbuster drugs that are going to do great things like substantially improve dementia care, but on the other hand are also really expensive. And I didn't know if you had any comments at all about efforts to do that, or any thoughts about the prescription drug issue that you'd like to share today?
Oh, I could go on
Maybe
and
a few?
on. Yeah, we pay the highest prices in the world for the same pill. Yeah. And our members, if there's one thing that if you want to talk to an older consumer and get them fired up, you have them talk about how hard it is when they go to get their prescriptions filled. These aren't just like nice to have things. Often the drugs keep people alive. And so AARP worked for years trying to get the Inflation Reduction Act provisions where Medicare can negotiate those prices. I know the administration has selected the drugs for this round. New round will come out in November of other drugs they're negotiating. But we've also capped out-of-pocket costs. So one of my other jobs was I was on the floor for the creation of Medicare Part D in the Senate.
Yes.
And there was it was a huge step forward. Medicare didn't cover basic drugs because when Medicare started, the drug costs were very low. Mm-hmm. Now we can't imagine a system where people would have to pay out of pocket for all of their expenses. At the state level, we're seeing prescription drug boards, biosimilars, making sure that people can get cheaper generic biological drugs, and a whole range of other issues. I'll just say, not surprisingly, pharma is not happy with us. And it's been tooth and nail to keep all of these step forwards. But if there's one issue that unites the American people, this is probably it.
Yeah, well said. And on this kind of on this theme of senior health, and also I mentioned dementia a minute ago, and the declines that can occur. Obviously the health declines are really important, but we also worry about the decline that people experience, how that's going to affect their finances in retirement. And I was struck by some joint research that you promoted with MIT's Age Lab not that long ago, with a very kind of startling finding about why it's important to detect dementia early. I guess would be one way to put it. But do you want to
Happy to
add
talk
a little
about
bit
this.
on that?
I in my spare time, read research papers.
No surprise.
Not surprising. And I saw two that just shocked me. One of them said people lose half their net worth in the 6 years before they're diagnosed with Alzheimer's or dementia. Before.
Wow.
So before you even get a diagnosis, you've lost half of your money. We all know that it's pretty expensive to have dementia or Alzheimer's. And so just when people need it most, they have far less resources than they had originally. Also, their credit scores tank in the years before. So your financial wellness may be the first sign, your decline in your financial wellness may be the first sign of your cognitive wellness. And so I have Julie Miller here, who's on my team and had worked with the MIT Age Lab. And I said, Julie, I've read these reports. We need to think about how these two things go together. And this is something I really encourage the RRC is how do you take disparate issues? You know, there's a lot of people looking at cognitive decline and dementia. There's a lot of people looking at financial health. So how do we put things together? Because I think the insights are even more interesting. So we held an event to try and understand, well, what are the causes? And there's kind of a leaky pipe analogy because some of it is funding mismanagement. Some is a higher propensity for fraud and scams. Some of it is you might lose your job, right? Before you're even diagnosed, and so your income may fall, and you may be drawing on other resources. We'll be putting out a report later this fall based on that conference, and really encourage others to work with us to say, okay, well, what are the solutions for each of those leaks? I want us to be careful that a solution isn't taking everybody's access to their own money away, but I also want to give people the support that they need and to help the people around them understand that this might be a warning sign that they should take seriously.
Really important area. The other thing, I'm circling back to your book, which I knew I would end up doing at some point here, is you had this phrase that stuck with me: what is good for the second 50 years is also good for the first 50 years. And so that raises this whole idea about, we're not talking about policies for a limited group of people who are age 60, 65, 70 and above. When what you're talking about ARP and what's good for the world and to combat aging, so you have to think about how the life course affects aging and think about policies at every stage and generations at every stage in the lifespan.
Yeah, it's so true. You don't hit 50 the day you wake up, right? You've lived a whole life. And all of those things, your labor market experience, your savings, the healthcare you've had, your healthy behaviors, your environment, the social drivers of health, all of those things affect where you will be. And then it also affects you for the second 50 as well. And so when we think of solutions, or when I think of solutions to try and get people to have long, healthy, productive lives, I often find that the interventions that matter a lot happen earlier in life. So whether that's helping people to save in their 20s, whether that's thinking about education, which is a longevity pill. You live 7 years longer if you have higher education. You live healthier. You have more money because you were able to earn it. So you have more resources. Thinking about how we can help people have better quality education when they're younger is a healthy aging policy.
Yeah, no, that's really important. And another thing that really caught my attention was that genetics is only responsible for a fairly small share of longevity. That was something that you mentioned, which just, again, there's like 10 to 20%.
20%. Our genetic code is about 20% of determining our longevity. Our social determinants, healthcare is about another 20%, and the social determinants, or I call them drivers, because people don't understand what a determinant is.
Yeah.
But the social drivers of health or determinants of health are really the vast majority of things that affect us as we age. Our zip code is now more important than our genetic code.
Wow.
And if you look across the country, we not only have 20 years of life longevity different between counties. So if you look at Summit County, Colorado, which has one of the highest life expectancy, Breckenridge, if you ever go there, and then you travel to Olathe, Lakota County in South Dakota, there's a 20-year difference in life expectancy. And even, even driving to work from the suburbs, my life expectancy drops. And so researcher at Syracuse, Jennifer Crass-Montez, has done a lot of work in looking at policy differences across states and how those drive longevity differences. And I talk about that a bit in the book, that you wouldn't think that minimum wage and voting and certainly access to healthcare you'd expect as one of the things that affects differences. But even between West Virginia and Minnesota, people get chronic conditions 20 years later. So it's as if you're 20 years older in one state than you are in another year physically, even if you have the same birthday.
Wow. And I want to ask one more question, then we can go to the audience for a few minutes. But long-term, and again, we're talking about longer lifespans. The long-term care needs, which you touched on a bit earlier, and were discussed earlier today. I think they were discussed yesterday. I know Mark Cohen had a really interesting paper that he talked about earlier this morning on what long-term caregiver, what kind of supports they say they need. But I'm wondering what AARP is doing in this area. We've been struck recently by the Washington Cares social insurance long-term care model that is just getting underway out there. And I don't know if you had any thoughts of what's happening in this area, what you'd like to see happen or what you hope happens.
What I see is a lot of people struggling with the high cost of care. This is what we hear. Yeah. My mom falls and breaks her hip. Yep. And suddenly I have to either quit my job or pay $100,000 a year for nursing home care. Right. Most people don't have $100,000 just sitting there. Even we know that for half of people that have retirement savings, the total amount, you probably know this number off the top of your head, is less than $100,000.
Yeah,
we'll just say that.
Yep.
So people are struggling, and in the same way, Medicare didn't cover prescription drugs. It never covered chronic long-term care. Medicaid does for people that qualify. But what we have is a lot of middle-class people struggling. So I grew up in Washington State. It's a new program that they're starting to roll out, which helps people by having a benefit capped at $26,000 a year. I think that's about right.
36 lifetime.
36 lifetime. Thank you for correcting me. And it allows you to pay somebody to take care of you, even if they're a family member. It allows you to modify. You get to choose what to do with the money. But I think it's a step in the right direction for helping families who need care. What's one state? And so, we really need to think about, even in Medicare, the qualifications for people who've had a health condition and been in a hospital, and many of them who should qualify are not qualifying, so we need to look at that. There's a huge, I think, this is the crisis of the next 50 years, because we're going to have more and more older people and fewer people to care for them. Yep. We already have, the number of people who have to leave their jobs to care for an older adult means we're missing out on their labor supply. And we're not taking care of the workforce that are caregivers as well. So we need really comprehensive solutions that help the struggling families that we hear from every day.
Yeah. And we turn to the audience for help on this issue. All the people here today I know are concerned about this issue as well, and I know that there'll be a lot more work going on in this area. So with that, let's turn to the audience for a few questions. Ben, I think, right here in the front. There's a mic coming toward you.
Well, thank you, Deb, so very much for that inspiring talk. A comment and then a question. So my comment is, thank you for saying zip code is more important than genetic code. I think that was just incredibly powerful, and I hope we all take that in. Thank you for saying that. My question is, getting back to your points about financial wellness, and I love the analogy about the leaky pipe. And one thing that's come up a lot during this conference is scams and financial exploitation. And I know that AARP has done a lot of work, and you've personally been a leader in this area, particularly with the Bank Safe initiative. So can you talk a little bit more about scams, financial exploitation, that's impact on people's social well-being and economic health, and what AARP is doing about that?
Thank you, Ben. So one of the things that, having worked on trying to get more people to save for retirement, that really makes me mad is when other people take that money away through scams or financial exploitation. And we know it not just affects people's bank account, it affects their health. It embarrasses them. They're not able to talk to their family about it. I spoke to somebody who works on our Fraud Watch network just yesterday who said, you know, I get calls all the time that people who can't tell anyone who are too embarrassed to tell anybody what happened to them. And so I realize we're doing tons of education to consumers to avoid scams. I know Social Security and the federal government has taken this on, and I really applaud the work that they've done. But people need a partner. And so we create a program that we called Bank Safe that trains, it actually is 5 different programs, 5 or 6 now, I lose track, we keep adding more. The first one is to train bank tellers and people and frontline workers at credit unions. Then we expanded it to financial institutions. Then we've expanded it to retail institutions, so all of the gift card fraud. Then we expanded it to online payment systems, and I may be missing somebody. But we create frontline training so that the person, the teller, can go through this program and they learn with an empathy framework of, okay, and empowerment. So how can I help this person? And we give them scripts, and then we empower them of how to escalate and how to ask questions and how to help people. And we gamified it, so it's a little fun. We worked really with the financial institutions to create it in their own language, and we shoot videos in banks and credit unions, so it looks very natural and people feel comfortable taking the training. The feedback has been amazing, and we've saved over $30 million for people by increasing the number of reports. And the key is, this way the money isn't like out the door and then we try to get it back. What we do is we help to, have the person who's bringing the gift cards to the teller asks them questions, and maybe the person doesn't buy those gift cards and send them off, or or somebody goes to their bank and asks questions. I know my own father-in-law was the grandparent scam, got a call from his grandson, ran to send him money because he said he needed it, and luckily the gentleman held it and didn't put the transaction through, and my father-in-law didn't lose any money. But it's that kind of intervention that we're trying to do more of, and that the scammers, what I hear from the people in these roles, the scammers are asking for lots more money, and it's going out really, really fast. Wow. The quality, I wouldn't say the quality, the deviousness has gotten even worse, and the amounts are stunning. People can lose everything that they saved in the blink of an eye. And so I think this is going to be a whole of government approach. And like I said, I know that SSA and Ben, you've done incredible work in this area, is really a leader in trying to help make sure that people don't give away their social security numbers and other identifying information, and how SSA reaches out to them so people know what's a real contact and what's a fake one. All of those things are hugely important. So thank you for the work you do.
And as you're pointing out, just like in healthcare, prevention is much better than treatment after the fact, right? Any other questions? Over here on this side, left side? Yeah. My left.
Thank you, Deb, for the insightful talk, and really excited to read your book. But I think one issue that we really haven't figured out is housing for the aging population. What do you think is the biggest challenge here, and how would we overcome it?
I think that's a really great question, because what we have is both too much and too little. So for the most part, our houses were designed for single families with kids. And I actually didn't think about this myself until my father-in-law's 90-year-old girlfriend came over to visit, and the 6 steps that I have were really difficult for her. And then my husband had knee surgery, and he had a hard time, and I realized I might not be able to live in this house for the rest of my life. And so we have only 1% of our houses are fully accessible. And again, visitable is also important. If, it's not just, am I gonna need to come up and down those stairs, but I wanna have people over that I care about in my life. We also don't have enough multifamily homes. We're finding more and more a huge growth. I think it's double what it was in the 1970s. I don't have my numbers with me. That the growth in multifamily living. And as I talked about, that was wonderful. That's a huge opportunity for generations to learn from each other and help from each other. It can save money, but most houses were designed for single families. We also have a lot of people stuck in homes that are too big. So a lot of people, are particularly widows, living in homes with lots of unused bedrooms. And that's a whole market, I think, that we can think about of how do we, not just Golden Girl it, but how do we, how can we find renters for those extra rooms that can also be caregivers? I think there's a lot of innovation that's starting in this area of matching home needs into home assets. But we're just not building the kind of middle housing, particularly for people on fixed incomes, that we really need to have.
Yeah, no, that's great. I think we can squeeze in one more. Yes. Either one. There are 2 people raising their hand here. How about Courtney?
Courtney and I are going to arm wrestle for the question.
That's great.
Just
Rebecca,
kidding.
you won.
You guys can both ask questions and I'll answer them both.
That's right. Yeah.
All right. Deb has taken speaker's privilege and is going to answer 2 questions. Love it. Rebecca Vallis, National Academy of Social Insurance. Deb, thank you for your wonderful remarks. Andy, I love your questions. You started to get into this, Deb, but I would love to tee you up on it. People are twice as likely to be disabled at 50 as at 40, and twice as likely to be disabled at 60 as they are at 50. What are you thinking about, and what is your charge to the research community when it comes to thinking about disability and aging not as separate issues, but actually as an intersection that we ignore at our peril?
Great. Then let's hear the second question too, and I'll do both.
Sure. Hi, Deb. Courtney Sanders with SSA. I wanted to talk about loneliness and isolation. And when you were talking about the multi-generational household, it made me think of is that a part of your book? How does isolation interact with financial well-being, and then this idea of just having a good longevity life?
Great questions. Rebecca, I'm going to say this forum where we do have retirement and disability researchers together is really huge, because I don't think the fields always talk to each other. And the issues, if you just look at people's financial health and are missing their physical health and how that changes over time, you're missing a key driver of a spend down, of need, and also that the work that you guys did at NACI, which is so important, there's the level of disability that qualifies you for SSDI, and there's the level of disability that more and more people have as they age. And we need to be thinking about the range of abilities and the range of accommodations and what we need to do to support people. I did talk about loneliness in the book, and thank you for asking, although the Surgeon General, I think, wrote the definitive book. So yeah, isolation kills, and so does loneliness. And I don't want to misquote the number of years. I usually have my little number sheet in front of me, but
the toxic sadness that people have can have a huge impact on their lives. And again, people's social network changes a lot as they age, particularly in older ages where you might lose a spouse, you might lose a beloved pet, you might lose friends and family. And finding ways to build those networks up. And you talked about the multi-generational family, which I think is a great way because then you have these systems of support. But we also need to look for more ways that we can put generations together to solve problems. We have a program at ARP that puts older adults into schools to teach fourth graders how to read. It is an incredible program. It's evidence-based in that not only are the scores for the students increased, but the health of the older adult, because they have a sense of purpose, they have a sense of connection, also increases. Even their brain volume on an MRI scan increases. So I think, again, oftentimes government talks about older people as just a drain. I won't even say the silver thing that they reference because it's derogatory and ageist. But we need to think of older people as our fastest growing asset on this planet. Yeah. It's the one true resource that is growing. And if we can take advantage of all of the people who want to work and contribute in volunteering and all of the different ways, we can have a whole different society. And so that's what excites me about the work that I do, and I think a promise of ways that we need to do even more.
Perfect note to end on. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody in the audience. Give Deb a round of applause.
down, so I think we'll start. So welcome everybody, and this is panel 7 of the RDRC meeting. I'm really honored to be asked to moderate this. My name is Stephanie Firestone. I'm from AARP's International Affairs, which is part of our Global Thought Leadership Group, and I'm looking forward to a really interesting conversation today with the panelists. I'm joined by Jennifer Caputo of Westat, Hong Wei Shu of Queen College, Kristen Perkins of Georgetown University, and Jessica Forden of the New School. So you can find all of our bios in the program at the end of the book. But over the next 75 minutes, we'll be focusing on multi-generational housing and caregiving. So I'd like to start with a little bit of context. The U.S. Census Bureau projects the number of Americans 65 and older will increase from 58 million in 2022 to 82 million by 2050. So that's nearly a 50% increase. And today we're going to discuss 2 related issues, which are caregiving and housing. So in caregiving, this panel is not discussing professional care, but rather caregiving by family and friends. And those provide about 63% of adult care in this country. And over a third of those, getting at the multi-generational angle here, providing that care, are people in their mid-20s to late 40s, which means it's concurrent with the time that they're building their careers, perhaps that they're building a family. And so, that increased demand from population aging really places a huge strain on those generations. And at the same time, young adults under 25 and older adults over 65 are the most housing cost burdened in the United States, which means they're spending more than 30% of their household's income on rent and utilities. So among the ways that people are dealing with both of those challenges is by living in multi-generational households. And I was really excited when I was asked to moderate that RDRC is tackling this social determinant, or as Deb says, social driver of health. Skyrocketing housing costs, as well as the pandemic, have also skyrocketed the cost of the rates of co-residence between parents and adult children. So in 2020, 52% of adults ages 18 to 29 lived with their parents. And a poll by Economic Impact in 2022 showed that 2/3 of the young adults who moved in with their parents during COVID actually were still living there. So this wealth of multi-generational living, and this our panelists will talk about at length, it's not spread out evenly. While only 14% of young adults, white adults ages 65 to 79, sorry, not young adults, live in multi-generational households, that share of Black households is 27%, and Hispanic households and Asian households is 40% each. So there are rich cultural traditions that also inform that kind of co-residence. So it's not only out of need, but among racial and ethnic minority groups, they're actually more likely to share a home due to preference. So that said, in the early months of COVID, when we saw larger numbers of people moving in with family members, I know my adult kids came home for a while, AARP started getting interested in how the pandemic may be actually changing or shifting the way that people perceive of multi-generational living, that groups of people think about that. In today's first panel, Dr. Cohen talked about varied perspectives on caregiving and this sense of obligation. And so we're talking about that same idea in multi-generational living and caregiving. So basically at AARP, we did a piece of research that mined existing conversations about multi-generational living. So looking at like topical boards and message boards in 4 regions. We looked at the US, we looked at Latin America and Asia and Europe, and we did that in 3 languages, English, Spanish, and Chinese. So the research covered essentially 8.2 million relevant conversations during the year prior to the pandemic, so through February 2020. And then 1 million conversations from that time, February 2020, through June 2020. And so we labeled that period of time mid-COVID, because who knew it was going to last so long? But we found some significant changes in how people discussed the perceived benefits and challenges of multi-generational living. So in pre-COVID, the US, first of all, was the region that discussed the benefits of living in a multi-generational household the least, and by mid-COVID, the region that discussed the challenges the most. But I want to talk about the shifts that took place. So the largest shift in perceived benefits was the removal of social stigma. One person said, am I a loser if I move back in with my parents? That kind of an expression. The perceived social stigma around living or moving in with a multi-generational household was larger in the US than in any other region, and it went from being the most significant barrier pre-COVID to completely disappearing as a barrier by mid-COVID. And that trend is not likely to change soon. Researchers at Generations United repeatedly show that while family members of different generations may move in together because of need, they actually often stay living together because of desire. But that doesn't mean that living together doesn't come without its frictions and its negative impacts that we need to address. And today's panel is going to address some of those. From our pre- and mid-COVID research, we learned the biggest spike in barriers, up by 39%, was increased crowding, causing a lack of privacy when homes are not flexible and more appropriate housing isn't available. As Deb Whitman just said, housing is designed for single families with kids, despite the benefits of multi-generational living. So we at AARP addressed that in part through our work to help create more housing options for people as their families' circumstances, as their health and other needs change over the lifespan. And the last lesson I want to share is we can learn from other countries enacting policies and programs that address that link between housing and caregiving. One example of country is Singapore, where they have an incentive program called Proximity Housing Grants, which helps first-time home buyers to buy a flat specifically to live with or close to an older adult relative. So essentially, families or married couples are eligible for a grant of $30,000 to live with their parent or child, and $15,000 to live within 4 kilometers of their family member, because they clearly recognize that this mutual care, as Deb said, this mutual system of support is not only good for both generations, but is actually good and lowers costs to society. So Deb also mentioned the U.S. Surgeon General's 2023 report, our epidemic of loneliness and isolation, which indicates that housing is a key part of the physical infrastructure that supports the development of social connection. And he says in the report, quote, "The health and societal impacts of social isolation and loneliness are a critical public health concern." From our international work at AARP, we found a common challenge, which this challenge also contributes to the dearth of housing and affordable housing supply, the crisis in many cities. But this common challenge is an older person who may have raised a family, like Deb said, in a home that they've occupied for many years and many decades in many cases, and still live in that home, and may have a challenge maintaining that home, may have a challenge with the costs. It's too expensive for them, it's too large for them. And while some people seek solitude and choose to live alone, the percentage of single-person households in the US has more than doubled, from 13% in 1960 to nearly 30% in 2022. So that contributes to one of the highest rates of reported loneliness being among older adults, and actually an even higher rate among younger adults. So our panel is comprised of expert researchers who are looking at multi-generational housing and caregiving and are going to share some of their really interesting findings from their research. We'll go through each of these presentations consecutively, and after that we'll open up to some questions that I've put together for the panel, and then Q&A from the audience, so take notes if you have questions as you hear the presentations. With that, I'd like to welcome our first presenter, Jennifer Caputo, who will discuss her paper, How Are Housing Living Arrangements Related to Retirement Expectations and Savings Across Race and Ethnicity?
Hi, everyone. So I am Jennifer Caputo, and I work at Westat. And if any of you don't know, we're an employee-owned research services organization. And I'm also affiliated with the RDRC at UMBC. So just a quick little background about what personally got me interested in this topic. Like many of my peers who came of age during the Great Recession, I was a so-called boomerang kid, and I was pretty successful at it. I moved back in with my parents a total of 3 different times. And so I became, somewhat selfishly really interested in, first of all, knowing what this meant for the health and well-being of adult children and then also parents. And now, as Stephanie mentioned, with this study, I'm looking at not only multi-generational households, but also how living alone, living with a spouse is related to parents' expectations about when they can retire and their retirement savings. And I want to note also that the population that I'm looking at is people who are below retirement age, so between age 50 to 61, different dynamic than older adults. And as a health researcher who's pretty new to thinking about retirement outcomes, I'm definitely interested in hearing people's feedback as I move forward with this analysis, particularly about the meanings of some of the different outcomes I'm looking at, including expectations. Like, what do your expectations about when you're going to retire really mean? Okay. And by now you're all familiar with our beloved standard disclaimer. The findings and conclusions are solely my own. And then so Stephanie covered a lot of what I was going to cover at the beginning too, so I can go over this quickly. So we do know that there's been really steady growth in both multi-generational and single-person households since about the mid-20th century. And what this means is that households are becoming overall more diverse, and we're seeing this incremental shift away from this sort of nuclear family structure where in midlife, adults would typically be living like alone with a spouse as their children have left the household. And there has been a growing number of studies that look at what these changes mean for outcomes like social well-being and health, but we haven't really delved too deeply into retirement outcomes. So how might these living arrangements influence future retirement outcomes? So we can think of some different potential impacts of living with adult children. So on the one hand, as we've been talking about with some of these different discussions, sharing living costs with children could really benefit parents and lead them to be more likely to expect that they're actually going to retire on time or even early. But on the other hand, we do know that a lot of this recent growth in multi-generational households has been sort of driven, especially around the Great Recession. As Stephanie talked about, maybe this is changing over time, but it's been driven by those economic, financial difficulties of younger generations. And that's a dynamic that could have really negative implications for parents' retirement security. Expectations for the influences of living alone are overall more straightforward. So we do know that people who have more financial resources are more likely to be able to live alone if that's their preferred living arrangement. But we might expect that those that are, shouldering household costs completely solo tend to accumulate less retirement wealth on average. And so impacts of living arrangements on retirement may also differ by race and ethnicity, and this is something that Stephanie also covered. So in this particular statistic, we see that about twice as many racial and ethnic minority members of the population live in a multi-generational household compared to white Americans. And the most commonly historic cited driver of these differences is greater shared economic need. And so if minority families have overall fewer resources to pull together when they are sharing homes, it could mean that this is overall like a less beneficial arrangement for minority parents. But on the other hand, studies show that intergenerational resource sharing is overall more reciprocal and less downstream just toward children in many racial and ethnic minority households. So it could be that this is actually a bit of a more beneficial arrangement for parents. And then as for living alone, it might end up compounding racial and ethnic inequality and retirement outcomes. But we also know, for example, that some racial and ethnic minority groups are just historically more likely to live alone than white peers, which could indicate that it's overall a more normative living arrangement that has fewer negative economic implications. So a few different people have talked about the health and retirement study already. That's where the data that I used for this analysis comes from, the 1998 to 2020 waves. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip through this slide pretty quickly, but I do want to highlight that for the analyses I'm presenting here, I chose the reference group of living with a spouse only, which is still the most common living arrangement in adults of this age. And outcomes include planned retirement age, self-reported probability that you'll be working after age 65, prospective Social Security wealth percentile based on retirement at age 62, so early retirement, and defined contribution plan savings. And the analysis uses mixed effects linear regressions, so the observations at the 12 different waves are nested within individuals. And then jumping right into some abbreviated results from those regression analyses with the different outcomes across the top there. So this table shows fixed effects coefficients. Significant differences between those groups and the reference group are indicated with the asterisk. And we first see that both Black and Hispanic parents expected to retire earlier and had less retirement wealth than their white peers. And then if we're looking at living arrangements, compared to those who were living just with a spouse, adults living with a spouse and adult child had lower defined contribution plan savings. I'll just note that this is at the individual level. When I look at household level, that's a finding that disappears. Those living with an adult child or alone reported greater probability that they would be working after 65, and also people who were living alone plan to retire later. So there are a few differences here suggesting perhaps that people who just lived with their spouse might be at the greatest advantage, again, this being at midlife before retirement age. Okay, and then how do impacts of living arrangements differ by race and ethnicity? So this graph summarizes findings from significant interaction differences with coefficients within each racial and ethnic group. So notable here is that Black parents who lived with adult children actually said that they planned to retire somewhat earlier than those who were living just with their spouse. And we also can really see that living with an adult child or alone was most strongly linked to expecting to work after 65 among white parents. And white parents also had slightly lower Social Security wealth if they lived with both a spouse and a child. So the findings aren't totally straightforward, but here are some preliminary conclusions based on the findings so far. Again, this is very much an in-progress project, but they really do underscore, perhaps not surprisingly, that marriage is beneficial for economic security in midlife, and we consistently see that people who are living with their spouse plan to retire earlier, and even at the individual level, they have higher retirement wealth and savings. And then second, living with an adult child or alone may have some disadvantages for retirement, and that's particularly if we are assuming that expecting to retire later is driven by actual economic need, but of course the story is probably a lot more complicated about that, and that's something that I'd love to hear people's thoughts on and I'm thinking a lot about now. And also those implications of living with kids or alone do differ somewhat by race and ethnicity, and tentatively it seems like these living arrangements may be overall more negative for white than Black or Hispanic parents. And I think this is a pattern that really resonates with prior research suggesting that multi-generational households may be overall more normative, more preferred and more reciprocally structured in racial and ethnic minority than white families. So just some really broad potential policy implications of these findings. Programs that support, partnership or different types of partnership for people who would like to live with somebody in midlife, or that reduce the occurrence of living alone, things like, multifamily housing, may really have this effect of benefiting not only, social well-being and health, as we know that they do, but also adults' confidence in their ability to retire on time. Okay, so thank you all so much for your time. This is my email. Again, find me after the session or reach out to me by email if you have any questions for me.
Great, thank you, Jennifer. So we're going to go straight through the presentations. Our next one is Hongwei Xu, and he's going to discuss his paper, Do Shared Households Reduce or Increase Housing Cost Burden Among Older Adults?
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So this is a collaboration with my longtime mentor, John Logan, and friend, Ted Gardner. For whatever reason, they are both on vacation, so here I am. I kind of have double disclaimers, one from the SSA, one from the Census Bureau, so just, so you know. All right, let me begin with the background. According to data from the Census Bureau, in the last 2 decades, there are somewhere between 6 million and 7 million American grandparents who actually live with their grandchildren in the same household. So these are known as co-resident grandparents. The latest estimates suggest that many of these grandparents are actually also the primary caregivers of the grandchildren who live with them. I think 2021 was the latest estimate, so almost a third of them were the primary caregivers. And among these primary caregivers, nearly half of them have spent more than 5 years or even longer, fulfilling such a tremendous role. Okay, from the general literature on grandparenting and health, we know that living with grandchildren, providing occasional intensive or even custodial care could have both positive and negative effects on grandparents' economic well-being, their physical health, and their mental health. So in this project, we have a very simple and straightforward specific aims. First, we want to understand the association between living with and raising grandchildren and the mortality risks for the grandparents. And secondly, we are particularly interested in potential racial ethnic variations in this association. We're going to focus on 4 groups: non-Hispanic white, Black, Hispanic, and Asian. So thanks to SSA, we are able to use the SSA numerator file to measure our outcome of interest, which is all-cause mortality. So we measure time to death from April 1st, 2000, which is the census day of the 2000 census, all the way up to December 31st, 2019. So one reason to do this, because when we started this project, we only had the numerator data up to 2019. And later on, it came to be kind of advantageous because we don't want the pandemic to get in, to mess up our kind of analysis. So we linked these numerator files to the personal records from the 2000 census long form. Our main predictor is this multi-categorical variable. The reference group are the people aged 50 years and older, but who do not live with any grandchildren in the same household. So unfortunately, the census data prohibit us from knowing whether they do have grandparents or grandchildren living somewhere else, or whether they provide occasional care to those grandchildren who live somewhere else. But that's our reference group. Then we identify those people who live with grandchildren in the same household, and we further look at the duration of they live with their grandchildren, but they were not the primary caregivers of the grandchildren. Then we have another 4 subgroups, depending on how long they have been the primary caregivers. So ranging from like less than 1 year to all the way to 5 years or longer. We conduct basically survival analysis. We have 2 models. In the first model, we just control for very basic age and gender and state fixed effects as a baseline. Then we add additional control variables in the second model. So in this table, I just show the signs and significance levels. The red plus signs represent increased risk of dying at any moment. So red negative signs are actually bad in this table. Green minus signs represent reduced risk of mortality at any given moment. So in this case, minus sign is good. Okay. NA stands for, actually it should be NS, but anyway, NA is a not significant association. So in model 1, we see that for white grandparents or white older people, those who lived with grandchildren and those who provide primary care to their grandchildren had a significantly higher mortality risk. Okay. For black grandparents, there's sort of a U-shaped relationship. So if a black grandparent lived with grandchildren but was not the primary caregiver, the mortality risk is increasing. If the black grandparent lived with the grandchildren and was a primary caregiver for 5 years or longer, the mortality risk is also higher. But if they just assume the primary caregiving role for somewhere between 1 year and 4 years, the mortality risk is actually lower. For Hispanic grandparents, it's also a non-linear relationship, but it's different from black grandparents. So for Hispanic grandparents, if they just live with grandchildren or provide primary care for less than 2 years, mortality risk is reduced. But if they provide prolonged primary care for 3 years or longer, mortality risk is actually ticking up. For Asian grandparents, there's no increased mortality risk. We only say like health benefits in terms of reduced mortality risk. So that's baseline model. After we add control variables such as household structure, socioeconomic status, acculturation, and disability status, all at the baseline, which is 2000 census. We say for white grandparents, almost nothing has changed. Living with grandchildren and being the primary caregiver of the grandchildren is associated with high mortality risks. For black grandparents, we have some good news. The higher mortality risk for those who lived with grandchildren who provide 5 years or longer primary care became either not significant or actually reduced the mortality risk. For Hispanic grandparents, nothing is significant now after adding additional control variables. For Asian grandparents, we still see consistently negative association, meaning reduced mortality risk for Asian grandparents who either lived with their grandchildren or who provide primary care for even 5 years or longer. So to conclude, we have discovered so far, preliminarily, substantial racial ethnic heterogeneity in the association between living with, raising grandchildren, and the grandparents' mortality risk. We see consistently increased higher mortality risks for white grandparents. We see consistently reduced risks of mortality for Asian American grandparents. But we see mixed results for Hispanic and black grandparents. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Hong Wei. And now we're going to bring up Kristen to talk about her paper, Who Pays for Elder Care?
Yes, we're on housing cost burdens and shared housing. The consortium for the invitation to present this research on shared households and housing cost burdens among older adults. As Stephanie said, my name is Kristen Perkins. I'm an assistant professor of sociology at Georgetown University, and this is joint work with Hope Harvey and Lucas Talby, both of the University of Kentucky. And while the disclaimer is up, I want to acknowledge the Sandell program that we heard about during the lunchtime keynote, because Hope and I were Sandell scholars a couple of years ago, and that gave us the opportunity to do the work that I'm presenting at the very beginning today. And it also set us up to get funding from the University of Wisconsin RDRC, which is also funding. So great opportunity for the young scholars out there. Okay, so because I only have 7 minutes, I'm going to jump right into our research questions, and I'm going to fill in some of our motivation along the way. So the first question that I'm going to cover today is what share of older adults live in shared households, and what type of shared households do they live in? We're defining shared households as any household that includes an adult and their romantic partner, or someone besides the romantic partner. Much prior research on shared households focuses on families with children or young adults intergenerational households, which we heard about a little bit earlier. But we're instead making older adults our focal household members, and a growing literature has focused on these intergenerational households and the rising number of them, but we know a lot less about older adults who are living with other extended family or non-relatives, and we're including all of these arrangements in our analysis. So our second question gets to the financial benefit or cost of shared households for older adults. Does living in a shared household help an older adult save money, or does it actually end up costing them more because they're supporting others? So in other words, do shared households reduce or increase housing cost burden among older adults? We're examining how rent or mortgage and utility costs are shared, and then we provide insight into this one tangible way that older adults may benefit from or be disadvantaged by shared households. In shared households, the lease or the mortgage holder is often assumed to be providing support, but older adults with high homeownership rates and fixed incomes may instead receive help paying for housing costs even when they are the householder. So we're using the Survey of Income and Program Participation, drawing from the 2014 through the 2022 panels. And the SIP includes a full household roster and is one of the few nationally representative surveys to identify the lease or mortgage holder of the household. The SIP is also great because it includes individual level measures of income and housing payments, so we can identify income sources for all individuals and which householders are which household members are paying for utilities and rent or mortgage. And today I'm going to present results that are based on approximately 39,000 adults who are age 65 or older. So the first step for us in identifying household types is to determine whether each older adult in the sample is living in a shared or a non-shared household. If the older adult lives alone or with a romantic partner, they're identified as living in a non-shared household. And if that household contains an additional adult who's not the romantic partner, we're determining that an older adult lives in a shared household. From there, we determine whether older adults in shared households are the hosts or guests. If the older adult is the reference person, meaning they're the lease or mortgage holder, we determine that that older adult is a host. And alternatively, if the older adult's not the reference person, meaning they're not the householder or the householder's romantic partner, we're determining that the older adult is a guest in someone else's home. We further disaggregate these categories based on the relationship between the older adult and the other adult household members. So intergenerational hosts are hosting their parents or their adult children. Other relative hosts are hosting adult grandchildren, nieces or nephews, siblings, or other extended family. And then non-relative hosts are hosting adults who are not related to them. We take the same approach with guests. Intergenerational guests are living in the homes of their parents or their adult children. Other relative guests are living in the homes of their adult grandchildren, nieces or nephews, siblings, or other extended kin. And then finally, non-relative guests are living in the homes of people who are not related to them. So to answer our first question, in the research question on the share of older adults who are living in shared households and the type of households in which they live, overall we find that 23% of older adults are living in a shared household, leaving 77% who are living alone or with a romantic partner. 17% of older adults overall are hosts, and 7% are guests living in another adult's home. And now in that first column, you'll see the proportion of all older adults who are in each of these mutually exclusive categories. And the second and third columns are within host and guest, respectively. So 13% of older adults overall are intergenerational hosts, and 77% of hosts are intergenerational. They're hosting their parents or adult children. When we jump down to guests, we see that 5% of guests overall are intergenerational guests, and 3/4 or 74% of guests are living in their parents' home or their adult child's home. Intergenerational households are the most common among both hosts and guests, and there's only 1 to 3% of older adults overall in those other arrangements. So our next step is to estimate how housing costs would change if older adults in shared households were instead living in a non-shared household. And we construct a comparison group of older adults in non-shared housing using propensity score matching on a set of demographic and socioeconomic characteristics. So older adults in shared households are less socioeconomically advantaged than older adults in non-shared arrangements, which is why we want to construct this comparison group that's similar across characteristics before we proceed with this counterfactual housing cost analysis. So after we have this sample of that's balanced across characteristics, we're predicting housing costs among older adults in non-shared arrangements, and then we use that to estimate housing costs for older adults in shared arrangements if they were instead not sharing a home. And then finally, we're calculating the difference between predicted costs in non-shared households and the observed costs in shared households. So here I'm showing you the distribution of predicted cost savings for hosts, where positive values here mean that the host saves money in a shared arrangement, and negative values mean that the host is spending more on housing when they're in a shared arrangement. So what's immediately apparent from this distribution, I hope, is that the distribution is spanning from negative to positive, right? So hosting other adults appears to increase housing costs for some hosts, but reduce it for others. And then on average, older adult hosts are spending $74 more a month than they would be if they were in a non-shared arrangement. But the median savings is $95 a month. Okay, so for guests, the story is a lot simpler. The vast majority of this distribution is positive, meaning the guests are saving money in their shared household arrangements. And here I'll put up the mean and the median again, and you can see they're very close together at $724 and $759, and they're also very substantial. Okay, to wrap up, I'm going to return to our research questions. We estimate that 23% of older adults live in shared households, and most of these shared households involve intergenerational relationships. Do shared households reduce or increase cost burden among older adults? Our housing cost estimates suggest that shared households reduce housing cost burden for guests and for some hosts, but increase the burden for other hosts. So our next steps involve looking at the shared household experiences of SSA beneficiaries in particular to understand whether and how they're helped or harmed by sharing households, and we have more work to do on that host category as well. So thank you very much for your attention. We look forward to comments.
Okay, thank you, Kristen. So our last speaker, Jessica, welcome.
Thank you. So, as Stephanie mentioned, I'm Jess Forden. I'm a PhD student at the New School and a researcher at the Schwartz Center for Economic Policy Analysis, and I'm here today as part of the New York RDRC, and so thank you to the RDRC consortium for inviting us to present this work, and then also I want to thank the SSA for funding this research. And I want to also acknowledge that this is joint work with my co-authors, Teresa Ghilarducci, also at the New School, and Siavish Radpour from Stockton University. And as you're all familiar, the standard disclaimer also applies here. So, I'm also going to dive right into my research questions in the interest of time. So this project has two motivating research questions. The first is concerned with understanding the landscape of elder care needs and provision. We're interested in the contours around who needs care and when care is provided, who provides it and who pays for it. And that leads to our second question. Specifically, how does providing elder care affect the labor force participation of caregivers? And I want to acknowledge that there is a lot of research that already looks at caregiving and work behavior, a lot of really excellent research. And so for this study, we're looking specifically at frequencies of caregiving in our estimates. So we're going to look at daily caregiving, caregiving several times a week, and caregiving once a week or less. And then we're also going to use an infrequently used data set and some newer statistical techniques. So for our first research question, we provide some descriptive statistics using the Health and Retirement Study, which again has been mentioned several times. It's a longitudinal survey of US adults over age 50. And then for the second part of the project, we're going to look at American Time Use Survey data, which allows us to better look at the care provisioning side. Now, ATUS data has not been used much in the past to look at elder care, in part because it is cross-sectional. And that makes it difficult to control for things like endogeneity and how work may affect care decisions, but also how care might affect work decisions as well. And so we're going to do two things to address this. So first, the ATUS is a subsample of the current population survey, and it is fielded 2 to 5 months after the 8th and final month of the CPS interviews. And so what we'll do is look at the change in labor force participation status between these two surveys. It's kind of a rough approximate measure of labor force exit. And then second, we're going to apply inverse probability weighting with regression adjustment to account for differences in the caregiver versus non-caregiver population. So we know that caregivers and non-caregivers are just qualitatively different groups of people. And so what we are going to do using the regression analysis is to estimate treatment effects for a non-random treatment assignment, where here the treatment is being a caregiver. And doing this we can weight and match observations in the treatment group, so the caregivers, to observations in the control group, that's the non-caregivers. And of course, we're also going to make sure to control for things like age, gender, race and ethnicity, educational attainment, marital status, year, usual hours of work in our regression estimates, things that would also affect both the care and work decisions. Okay. So first, I want to highlight some differences in care reception by gender and race from some simple statistics. And I'll quickly mention, I know the numbers are not up on the slide, but they're in the appendix of this slideshow, and also the full tables are in the booklets in the summary. So the first thing I want to mention is that when we're looking at the percent of the population who have severe care needs and receive any type of care, so that's any informal care or formal care, we see that men are less likely to receive care compared to women by about 10 percentage points, and that white adults are slightly less likely than Black and Hispanic adults to receive care, but that's by a little less than 5 percentage points. But there are also differences in the rates of having severe needs for care by race and gender. So for example, 12% of women over 50 have severe difficulties compared to only 8% of men. Now, I want to define what we mean by severe need here. We define it as having two or more difficulties with activities of daily living. So that would be things like walking across a room, eating, getting dressed, using the toilet, etc. And then when we look at specific sources of care, so care from the nursing home or a paid helper or family care, etc., we see that intergenerational and extended family caregiving is more common for Black and Hispanic elders. And we kind of heard about this a little bit in the first panel on day one from on Black women's economic security. We heard some anecdotal evidence of this. But this is also shows up in the quantitative data and the survey data, and it's a very stark difference when we look at grandchildren specifically. So about 18% of Black elders and 13% of Hispanic elders receive care from a grandchild, compared to only 6% of white elders. And then lastly, Black and Hispanic elders are less likely to get formal care compared to white elders by about 10 percentage points as well. So next, I'm going to talk a little bit about the rates at which care is paid for among adults over 50 with severe needs. And a couple of things I want to highlight from this chart. The first is that you can see that there are very few family caregivers who are paid to provide care, and that's what you'll see in the top row of the table. It's about 11% in the first column for the total of the population. And then in the second to bottom row, we have the rates at which Medicaid, Medicare, or insurance pays for care. And it's also, again, relatively small, about 14% for the overall population. And then in the last row, you can see that almost no one really receives financial transfers from care for care from friends and family. It's like around 1-2%, maybe at most. But I'll flag that that's not financial transfers. Generally, it's a question that asks specifically about financial transfers to help pay for care. So it's a pretty small amount. Financial transfers more broadly is closer to about 7 to 8%. So what does all of this mean for unpaid caregivers? When we look at the effect of caregiving on labor force participation, these are the results that we have from our regression results. So the first thing to note is that only the most frequent caregiving, that's daily caregiving, and then the least frequent caregiving that occurs once a week or less, are statistically significant in our regression results. But they actually have effects in the opposite direction of each other. So the coefficient for daily caregiving is negative, so we would interpret that as leading to daily care leading to reductions in labor force participation, whereas infrequent caregiving once a week or less, has a positive coefficient. It leads to slightly increased labor force participation, but I think that the amount of the increase is relatively small. You can see it's about 0.8 percentage points in the results here. And then lastly, we don't include results on the slide here, but I should also mention that we also estimated the effects of caregiving on work hours, so not just whether or not you leave the labor force entirely, but also whether you reduce the number of hours of work that you do. But unfortunately, we don't have any significant results from those regressions, and that's in part due to some data limitations, which I'm happy to get into when I'm not on stage and constrained for time. And I just want to emphasize again that these are preliminary results, so we still need to do quite a bit of work doing some robustness checks, like checking the matching quality of our estimator, and those will be sort of the next steps of the research. And for the end of this presentation, I kind of want to bring us all back to the focus of this conference and tie things back into how this is related to Social Security and policy. So the first thing I want to note is that any effects of caregiving to labor force participation are not only immediate, but they may also have longer-term consequences. So things like foregone income and savings, which can compound over time, as well as potentially reduce Social Security income in retirement, and therefore potentially reduced economic security in retirement from the loss of Social Security work credits when you reduce work. And given these impacts, potential remedies that we might consider could include things like increasing the availability of paid care, as well as providing Social Security care credits to caregivers, or some of the policies that were presented a couple panels ago, including like direct payments to caregivers. And so thank you.
Awesome. Well, I mean, I was excited when I was invited to do this panel. The idea that RDRC is pulling together housing and multi-generational housing and caregiving. So I really think that's been highlighted here, and I'd love to hear throughout the conversation, any ways that some of the research that's in one area has implications for the other, things that you've seen in your research. So I'm going to start with a few questions and then open up to the audience. So please think about your questions as we're going through. I guess, Jessica, I mean, that was really, I was fascinated by some of the data around the disproportionate shouldering of the care burdens, and people can see this again, as you said, in your charts, but what I saw when reviewing is more than twice as many Black older adults receive care from another family member than any other racial or ethnic group, and by gender, more than twice as many women older adults with severe needs receive care from a daughter as men, and also more than twice the number of male older adults receive care from their spouse as women. So I found that really interesting, and I'd love it if you could just shed a little bit more light on those distinctions and the implications, as you started talking a little bit about the labor force implications, but also upstream wealth transfers and other implications in terms of their well-being.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think it's no surprise to anybody in this room that women shoulder a disproportionate amount of the care burden across the board, not just in elder care, but also especially in elder care. And I'll just put some specific numbers to what you were citing from my tables. So like you mentioned, I think, so about 18% of Black elders receive care from a grandchild compared to and 12% of Hispanic elders receive care from a grandchild compared to 6% of white elders. And then in other family, it's also quite stark. About 11% of Black elders receive care from other family members, 5% of Hispanic elders, and then only 2% of white elders. And I think what we see there is, and I think this is also sort of what you were mentioning about how we can kind of connect some of these threads. I think that there are connections here related to the family structures and how different groups also prefer to receive care, whether they prefer to receive it in their homes and communities, and then also whether they already have adult children or spouses living with them. So that's one piece of it. And then the spousal piece, and in that men really are much more likely to receive care from their female spouse, from a woman, from their spouse, and women are actually much more likely to receive care from adult children, and I think that that's also reflective of mortality rates and women having longer longevity than their spouses, and then also the fact that I think women are sort of like the first rung of caregivers, so you're first going to rely on your spouse, and if men have shorter longevity, so their spouse is they're typically a female partner, though I don't want to totally presume heteronormativity there, but, and then when you're a single surviving spouse, typically it's a woman, and so who's she gonna look to? Her adult children. So I think that's where we see some of the disparities. And then some other stuff that I do also wanna highlight is there is other research that also shows that like access to care networks and the severity of need also plays into disparities in who is getting care versus not, and from what sources. There's a good paper by Lin and Liu that came out in, I think, April of this year that dives into that and does a little bit more econometrically to account for those factors. And I'd also like to say that I think that those disparities also extend to not just like, are you a caregiver, period, or not, but also what's the intensity of the burden of the caregiving that you're providing. And so some other work that I've done with both Sia and Teresa at the Schwartz Center, we've also looked at disparities in rates of caregiving by the frequency of caregiving. And so we see that about 30% of Black adults and 23% of Hispanic adults are daily caregivers compared to only 22% of white adults. So there's also disparities there in terms of the frequency and the burden, like how much caregiving are you providing? And I think all of that together leads into that question of what are the long-term effects, what are the implications for labor force participation and security? So, I mean, the first thing that I would point out is in our results, we're really only seeing negative effects to labor force participation from daily caregiving, right? That most frequent, most sort of like highest load of caregiving. And if we're seeing disparities in by race and gender on like who's providing that daily caregiving versus who's sort of like a secondary caregiver, potentially only providing care like once a week or less, then we're gonna see disparate results also in that labor force participation reduction, right? So we're gonna see it's going to be the folks who are providing that daily care, Black adults, Hispanic adults, who are more likely to provide that daily care, who are going to see the negative effects to their labor force participation. And then I also want to point out that like age is a factor here, right? So if you're a younger caregiver, I know you mentioned in your opening statements that quite a few caregivers are in the younger age group. I think some of the research that looks at effects of caregiving to labor force participation in the past have used like health and retirement study data, which is really that 51 and older population. But there are quite a few caregivers who are younger, and as you mentioned, they're starting that caregiving earlier in their careers, and so if we're seeing negative effects to labor force participation that early in careers, that's going to have sort of a more compounded negative effect over time. And so age is also like an important consideration here when we think about disparities. It's age, it's race, it's race and ethnicity, it's gender, and those sort of all. I think to sort of point back to the first panel on Black women's economic security, it's not just that it's, you know, you add one identity on top of another, but it's sort of these like compounded and interacted effects that we're seeing.
Yeah, thank you. That's really, and I want to turn to Kristen and ask something similar in terms of the implications of your findings on, you know, financial and other well-being. Because you know, one of the things of just reiterating something you said in your presentation is, you know, that you found that older adults in shared households are hosts more than 2.5 times more than their guests. I was caregiving for an older adult relative and helping and living in their home, and so it's a very familiar story. And I just love the way that you differentiated that host and guest. That was completely new approach to me. So, can you just share a little bit about that? You know, how that their contributions toward housing in that space affects, you know, what the implications are.
Sure. So I will say that dramatic difference between hosts and guests is one of sort of our preliminary headline findings, right? That in some of the other analysis we've done, we showed that the guests are all spending, you know, less than $100 a month towards housing, and the hosts are spending much more, right? So that's something that stuck out to us right away. And it also means that, you know, and as I showed, that there's more older adults who are hosts than guests, so maybe there are more older adults who are financially disadvantaged from sharing homes than other research has shown on younger adults, right? There's been some research on home sharing among younger adults and parents of young children that's shown these big financial benefits to sharing a home, and that's not necessarily the case. But I also want to acknowledge that we are very focused on this one outcome of financial benefits, and so it could be that they're hosting someone who's caring for them, right? And so there's this other piece of the situation that we don't observe in the analysis that we're doing. So I think that's what's great about some of the other papers on this panel, right? That's very helpful to see, well, do the hosts pay a little bit more, but they're getting a lot in return by people living with them who are helping care for them or even just being companion to them and helping with the loneliness factor. The other thing I want to acknowledge is that this work that I'm presenting today isn't the first to identify differences based on householder status. So my co-author, Hope Harvey, has a book coming out on where she has interviewed mothers with young children, and she finds big differences in how mothers experience shared households based on whether the host or the guest. So we're bringing that into our focus on older adults, but there is other research out there that has thought about this householder status and how that matters for shared household arrangements.
Fascinating. Okay, so did you want to chime in on that, please?
Yeah, I just wanted to add something really quickly. I think that this is all, you know, just getting to that question. A lot of our studies getting to that question of who's really benefiting from these different arrangements, and I don't know the complexity, the difficulty of capturing that with some of these analyses, and I just wanted to sort of highlight that. So with the HRS. And so it's a very small amount every year, but they do ask when there is a transition to like a joining in household, or I guess when a young adult, there's a new young adult in the household, or not young adult, a new adult child, then they do ask, you know, like whose house did you move to? Was it your house or their house? And who was it primarily to benefit? And it's, you know, very interesting. Of course, I've looked at this just descriptively in a paper that I published with Kate Cagney a while ago at the University of Michigan, and it differs, not surprisingly, by age. So for adults under age 65, adults over age 65, and also across race and ethnicity, as I mentioned, I think sort of hinted at earlier. It's much more likely that in white households that people are saying that it's just to benefit the child than to be mutually beneficial or to benefit themselves, but yeah, I think it's an interesting thing to look at, and still, like across the board, we see that, you know, sort of no matter the situation, people are usually saying that it's mainly still to benefit the child.
Thank you. Thank you for that addition. And Hongwei, I want to ask you a little bit about the different roles of grandparents or older adults and when they are co-residing. That was also really, really new to me, this concept of everything from, surrogate, parenting, custodial parenting. If you could just distinguish a little bit, you mentioned you found that older adult co-residence and help raising grandchildren lowers mortality risk with Asian Americans, and that the reverse is true for every other group, particularly with a higher risk of mortality for whites. So can you just talk a little bit about more of that and the implications of that?
Sure, yeah. It was also very new to me, until I became a father myself, and I realized, this attempt to call my parents or my in-laws, right? Like an emergency, we're moving to New York, and how do we deal with childcare is so expensive, right? So my parents are they're happy to come help me, and think that reflects sort of the traditional Eastern Asian culture of filial piety, so to speak. And for Hispanic, I think there's a similar kind of cultural values of intergenerational solidarity and mutual aids and intergenerational transfer, time for money exchange. So the grandparents provide care so that adult children can have full-time job, and then they may also provide financial support for the aging grandparents. For Black grandparents, especially grandmothers, they have been known as the keeper of the kingship. According to a literature that I read, it's rooted in a long history, even before the slavery period, right? So they have kind of developed a better coping skills and social support and extended family support. It's not stigmatized if they, take in their adult children and grandchildren. But for non-Hispanic white grandparents, they have traditionally emphasized more on their own privacy and independent living after they reach old age, like retirement age. So usually it might be seen as a stigma if they become the primary caregivers to their grandchildren. And there's also structural reason to this, because when white and Black grandparents become the custodial child care for their grandchildren, it's usually the case when the adult children are in some kind of life crisis. It could be poverty, mass incarceration, drug abuse, mental health. So there's an added stigma to the grandparents becoming the custodial caregiver for the grandchildren. Well, for Hispanic and Asian grandparents, at least in the census data, they are more likely to be first-generation immigrants, right? So usually it's the moving in to their adult children's household, so that the adult children can be double income earners, and grandparents help look after grandchildren, feeding, cooking, everything, so they are both kind of structural and the cultural difference across different racial groups. Yeah.
That's fascinating. Thank you. Okay, and Jennifer, I want to come back to how you've examined the economic implications of multi-generational households, specifically on retirement outcomes and plans. So if you could give us just a little bit of sense of how that has shifted over time. You talked also a little bit about the racial and ethnic distinctions, and maybe that's changed as well over time, but just give us a sense of that.
Yeah. So my study is the first that I know of to look in depth at these retirement outcomes. But we do know that, I think it depends so much on, as you kind of said at the beginning, Stephanie, sharing a household is just becoming more of an accepted resource sharing strategy, I think, over time. Amid things like the Great Recession, the COVID-19 pandemic, it's becoming less stigmatized. And I think we really see, and this is something I've looked at in a previous study, that the types of families that are opting to share a home are really becoming more diverse. So it's less of just like an indicator of like some kind of dire economic need, especially as these cultural beliefs are changing, how much we value residential and economic independence. And as housing is just increasing in cost so much, it makes sense. It makes sense for so many families to create economies of scale in this way. As I mentioned during my presentation, there are many different historical reasons why racial and ethnic minority families have traditionally been more likely to share homes. And a lot of it does have to do with these economic patterns, but I also think it is important to again highlight that there, as we've all been talking about, there's different sort of preferences also and different beliefs about family and about how family members should be helping each other. And I'll just note again, as I think I mentioned earlier, that when you do kind of look at descriptively at these patterns where parents are saying, why did you move in with your kids? It is much more common among racial and ethnic minority parents, among Black and Hispanic parents, that they're saying that this is a mutually beneficial arrangement and not just because their kid needed help.
Yeah, that's a great way to look at it. Okay, we're going to open it up to questions from the audience. So I'd love to hear some of your questions. I have more of my own, but rather hear from you. Little blinded by the light, so shout if I can't see you. I think I see you down to the right. There's someone. Okay. Yes, please.
Thanks. Hi, it's McKinney again. I have so many things. I'm going to just try to not do it all, do too much. One thing that I noticed that for all of us, for all researchers really, is we're using these big data sets when we're doing the quantitative, and we're not talking about native populations. And I know that sometimes it's like the numbers are too small to do this type of analysis. I would challenge us to think, okay, at least we can offer descriptive, because I think a lot of the things that we're saying about people of color and cultural experiences with intergenerational living would apply. And it's interesting to think about the dichotomy between care and burden, and how we even think about those things culturally. I'm curious how racial and ethnic differences might also interplay with geography. I'm curious if any of you have been able to look at what the intergenerational experiences of living are with urban homes, rural homes, and suburban homes, and if there is an interplay there at all.
Okay. Anyone want to jump in on any of that? Yeah, Hong Wei.
It's a good question that I never thought about, which I think is a good question. I think it's, well, in my analysis, in our analysis, we control for state fixed effects, and we thought about even control for like a county level fixed effects, but we treat it as a nuisance, right? But I think there's a point in that the spatial distribution of racial ethnic groups are different. And I actually did my dissertation on racial segregation, so I shouldn't have known that. So what I'm trying to say is that I don't know. That's a good question. I need to think about.
Yeah, and I'll just say that not in this study, but in some other studies that I've done looking at mental health implications of living with parents for adult children, and also of living with adult children for parents. I have looked at the urban versus rural dichotomy, and I didn't find any differences.
Anyone else?
We account for whether someone lives in a metro area versus not, and the region of the country they're in. But again, those are things we're accounting for when we're doing our matching. But I think you raise an excellent point about, especially in our case, housing costs differ a lot by region and by metro not. And so to incorporate that more thoughtfully would be great.
Great, and I'll just add, AARP actually worked with and sponsored a first ever report called the Native Urban Elder Needs Assessment Survey. So you might find some interesting facts there. There was, they did have some housing, but it didn't go as deep as we'll hope with the 2.0 version. But thank you for those questions. Great observations. Yes, somebody over here.
Hi, a question for basically all of you. So I know that qualitative investigations have found that people don't always identify as caregivers and don't always identify certain activities as being caregiving activities. And I know that you used secondary data for this. I mean, but how would you think about controlling, or at least, I mean, figuring out, I mean, it's to the extent to which there might be that kind of bias in your data sets, in their work as being caregiving?
Yeah, that's a really excellent question and definitely very true. I can speak a little bit to the ATOS and the HRS because I think both surveys, the people who field them, I think, are aware of this issue. So I can say in the HRS, the way that they ask about caregiving is they ask if you spend over a certain threshold of a number of hours providing like doing XYZ type of activities. So like, do you ever help with like lawn maintenance? Do you ever help with like, they ask about really specific activities, not just asking the question of like, are you a caregiver? The ATOS is a little bit different. So the survey itself, they essentially send out a timesheet and say, can you fill out a timesheet for the last day for 24 hours, like what you did every whatever increment of time. But they also run a elder care module, and that's actually where we're pulling our data from. They ran it 2011 to 2021. And I'm trying to remember the authors, and I don't off the top of my head. There is a paper that details sort of like how the ATOS went about putting together those questions on elder caregiving and accounting for that. And I definitely read that paper early on when I first started to do this research, and I don't quite remember exactly the details of it, but that was something that they did acknowledge was an issue, and I think they tried to phrase and then ask follow-up questions to try to account for that in the module itself specifically. So that's definitely like a really important question, is to not just ask like, are you a caregiver, but to also ask specifically, do you ever do XYZ activities, if we want to be able to include those as caregiving, because not everybody thinks, oh, me going over to my mom's house and like sprucing up every now and then is a caregiving activity, but it is.
So I just studied grandparents as caregivers, and I can tell you that, to my knowledge, it's a big limitation in the data we use. HIS and all its sibling projects in Europe, in Asia, have the same problem. They just ask the threshold, how many hours did you spend looking after children? But they didn't ask the type of activities like. So if you look at the literature, actually, I'm just reviewing a paper that looks at using HIS data, analyzing how much hours spent looking after grandchildren would be cognitively healthy for the grandparents. But some activities are healthy, right? Reading a book to grandchildren, supervising grandchildren to do homework, those are cognitively stimulating. But feeding a child, well, from my personal experience, it's not cognitive stimulating. It lowers your happiness, it lowers your subjective well-being, increase your level of depression, right? But none of this larger scale survey data actually collect data measure the specific caregiving activities. So I don't have the money to collect data, but if SSA is willing to, we can team up.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's a great point. There's one more over here. Okay, I think this is the last one.
Actually, this question is more for the first two presenters. You're looking at caregiving and how it affects mortality and how it affects retirement expectations. Are you treating caregiving as an endogenous variable, right? I mean, it's not exogenous. It's not like, you choose to become a caregiver or to move in with your family, and it could be you chose because you're in poor health or, right? So you definitely have to control for the endogeneity there.
Yeah, I don't know if it was directed toward me. I wasn't looking at caregiving, but looking at living arrangements. And you're absolutely right, and this is something that I'm struggling through, I guess, analytically now. And I'm trying to, I guess, look at some dynamic panel modeling where you have like lagged effects of both living arrangements and also of your retirement savings or retirement expectations to see kind of, how things change dynamically in that way, and to sort of account for those reciprocal effects. But right now, the models are not agreeing with me if anybody has any recommendations. But that's an excellent point, absolutely. Like, we know that there are these reciprocal effects.
Thanks. Kristen, did you have something? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So there's definitely a health selection into being the primary caregivers. So in the literature, I've seen some European scholars, they use the timing of the survey and the age of child to derive an instrument variable to kind of get some like the endogeneity problem solved, right? In our kind of project, we are just acknowledging that we're analyzing the association, not the causation. I thought about looking at child care policies at the state level, before 2000, to see if there's kind of some kind, because I'm thinking, child policy might be able to, give some exogeneity to the selection into caregiving, but we haven't started. My course is on vacation, so yeah, that's all I can say.
Okay, I mean, just the kinds of questions that you all are asking as a bunch of researchers is really wonderful, I think, and helpful for the panelists as well. So thank you very much, and thank you so much to our panelists. Appreciate your inputs today.
Everyone. My name is Luke Schaefer. I'm a professor of public policy at the University of Michigan, and I also direct Poverty Solutions there. It's a university-wide initiative that partners with communities and policymakers to find new ways to prevent and alleviate poverty. So I'm incredibly excited to be able to moderate this panel. Understandings of poverty among the elderly are important for two different reasons. The first is the construction of the safety net for those who are 65 and above. The elderly have a different kind of safety net than any other age segment in the United States. One that involves a broad-based cash transfer program, a social insurance program, a Social Security, that we have seen lead to a massive decline in elderly poverty over the years, as well as a broad-based health insurance program. So our safety net looks very different, and we have many lessons to learn from that relative to other age groups. But obviously, elderly poverty persists. And there are particular sets of challenges and issues that are faced by folks as they get older that aren't faced by children or working age adults to anywhere near the same degree, especially health challenges, mobility challenges. And so understanding how our safety net and our social insurance policies can address those are critically important. A second piece is poverty measurement and how are we understanding the circumstances. So from an income-based perspective, we know that a program like Social Security lifts a lot of seniors just above the poverty line, but the poverty line is somewhat arbitrary, right? It's a line in the sand. And so what does it mean to be just above that poverty line? And especially as we try to have a deeper and more nuanced understanding of poverty measurement, that gets really important as well, right? Of trying to understand, are we accounting for all of these factors that I already mentioned that are different for the elderly versus other age groups in understanding how their poverty looks in comparison to other groups. One of the things that have puzzled me for a very long time is what do we do with something like out-of-pocket medical expenses? So the supplemental poverty measure, which is the measure that we all think it gives us something closer to truth than the official poverty measure, because it accounts for non-cash benefits like food assistance, although we'll avoid debates about whether or not a dollar food assistance is equal to a dollar in cash. One way or the other, I think everyone agrees we should account for it somehow. But it subtracts out out-of-pocket medical expenses that are faced by, especially at a higher proportion among seniors. But when somebody has large out-of-pocket medical expenses that they've paid, it both signals something to us about the fact that they have huge expenses, and we have to account for that in their income, right? They might have a large income, but if they have huge health-related expenses, it tells us something very different about their financial circumstances. But on the other hand, if somebody has paid large out-of-pocket medical expenses, it tells us something about their ability to pay, right? So when somebody has a 0 in out-of-pocket medical expenses, it both can signal that they don't have any out-of-pocket medical expenses, but it can also signal that they need to pay for out-of-pocket medical expenses and don't have the resources to do so. So this is the incredibly complicated terrain of poverty measurement that especially affects the elderly. How should we think about somebody who both needs to pay a lot for their health care, but also seems to have the ability to do so in the data? So we have both a set of really important questions about the well-being of folks and how do we adequately address that when we're thinking about poverty among the elderly in comparison to others. A set of policy questions, a set of both income and wealth, right? Many seniors might be income poor, where they don't have a lot of income coming in, but maybe they have a lot of assets. Maybe their house has been paid down at this point, and so they don't need the income, so they're actually better off, right? This is a complication, but we also know that the accumulation of assets is incredible. There are huge disparities by race and other factors, but especially by race, right? So if we really want to understand the well-being of seniors, we absolutely have to account for wealth. So we have 4 wonderful papers today that are going to walk us through these matters. And I'm just going to do a very quick introduction First, we're going to hear from Sanders Korenman, who is a professor in the interim associate dean at the Marx School of Public and International Affairs at Baruch College. He's going to present to us older adult poverty using a pilot principal poverty measurement. And this is going to get into some of these questions about measurement of poverty and how do we adequately really sort of assess the financial circumstances of the elderly relative to other folks. Then from Suparna Bhaskaran, we're going to hear the color of wealth in Chicago, sort of these results from this incredible set of data collection that's been done in Chicago to really try to crack the nut on how we understand wealth in this country, right? All of the sort of measurement errors, measurement questions that I've listed in poverty measurement get multiplied many times over when we're talking about wealth and trying to really adequately capture all of the different ways that it comes. Next, we'll hear from Matthew Pesavento, racial disparities and economic security related to wealth. And finally, from Richard Johnson, why does old age poverty still exist when we have the most robust safety net for any of the sort of segments of the population among old age Americans? Why does elderly poverty still persist? So I'm looking forward to short presentations across all of our papers, and then we'll get to have some conversation across us. So bring your questions, bring your the thorny things that you want to hear more about. I'm going to hand it over to Sanders.
I won't complain about the light. Okay, so first of all, let me just say this is joint work with Rosemary Heisen, who is here today, and Ingrid Ellen of NYU. We want to thank the Social Security Administration for its support, and of course, opinions and conclusions are the authors. So we start with a 2023 National Academy's Consensus Study Report, which recommended major revisions of the Census Bureau and BLS's supplemental poverty measure, and recommended that the revised measure, called the principal poverty measure, replace the official poverty measure. Our project implements the report's recommendations in the treatment of medical care, as you just heard about, and housing, to understand implications for poverty rates and for policy impact estimates, including for the populations above age 65. I was one of the authors of the medical care chapter of this report, along with Bobby Wolf of the University of Wisconsin and Helen Levy of the University of Michigan. And Ingrid, our co-author, led the report's housing chapter. It's going to very quickly get into the weeds of poverty measurement. And so before I go there, I want to just give you a little bottom line, which is that the principal poverty measure, the pilot principal poverty measure that we've implemented, the difference in the overall poverty rate with the supplemental poverty measure in 2022, which is the most recent year we've looked at, is only about 0.5 percentage point. However, different people are classified as poor, and one of the major changes is that the principal poverty measure classifies more people who are uninsured or poorly insured as poor, and also removes from the poverty population disproportionately homeowners. Homeowners are benefiting from the housing service flow from their owned homes. And this really points to the wealth gaps in housing. One of the reasons they matter is that this homeownership service flow allows people to meet their housing needs. Okay, so my apologies if I lose you in the weeds here. So poverty is generally conceptualized as insufficient resources to attain an adequate living standard or to meet basic needs. The basic needs are implemented as a poverty threshold or poverty line. For the official poverty measure dating back to the 1960s, the threshold was essentially 3 times food needs. And the resources were simply pre-tax cash income. We all know there are many problems with that the supplemental poverty measure intended to address, particularly the exclusion from resources of major transfer programs in kind food assistance, housing assistance, health insurance. These are hundreds of billions of dollars of transfers that are now not accounted for in the resources of our official poverty measure. So the supplemental poverty measure addresses that shortcoming by adding tax credits, another substantial resource flow, and in-kind benefits such as food and housing assistance, but not health insurance benefits. Supplemental poverty measure also subtracts from resources, taxes, out-of-pocket spending for health insurance and medical care, and work expenses, including for child care. The supplemental poverty threshold is 83% of median expenditures on necessities, namely food, clothing, shelter, telephone, and internet services. It also has different thresholds for renters, homeowners with a mortgage, and homeowners without a mortgage. The principal poverty measure changes a number of supplemental poverty measure features, and today I'm going to focus on the ones that we've implemented so far in our pilot principal poverty measure, which are in the areas of medical care and housing. So for medical care, the principal poverty measure follows the health inclusive poverty measure developed by Dahlia Remler and myself and implemented in papers with Rosemary Hyson. For the threshold, the principal poverty measure adds a health insurance basic need, either a benchmark ACA Silver plan or a Medicare Advantage plan for the Medicare population. It replaces the supplemental poverty measure's three-tier housing need with a single tier based on HUD's fair market rents. Those differ depending on a household's size and location. On the resources side, for those with health insurance benefits, the principal poverty measure adds a net health insurance benefit value that is consistent with the threshold health insurance need. Like the supplemental poverty measure, the principal poverty measure includes a value for housing assistance consistent with its revised threshold housing need, which is the fair market rent. For homeowners, and this is a critical difference between the measures, the principal poverty measure adds a housing services flow consistent with the threshold housing needs, and it subtracts average homeowner costs for a needed unit. Not the unit that's actually occupied, but the unit that is the basic need for the particular household's size and location. Finally, the PPM caps the subtraction for out-of-pocket medical spending on cost sharing and so forth at the available limits. So the report made no housing recommendations, no food recommendations, but for a variety of reasons that I'm not going to have time to go into, our pilot measure uses essentially a maximum SNAP benefit as the food need, and we can talk about that in the discussion. I'd be happy to talk about that further. So these are the survey and administrative data sources we use to implement the measure. There are several of them listed there. So here are some preliminary results. First, for 2 adult and 2 child households, the PPM fair market rent-based housing need and the supplemental poverty measure housing needs are very similar for that 2 adult, 2 child household. The ratio is 0.98. But for smaller households, the PPM housing need is substantially greater than the supplemental poverty measure housing need. So you can see for 1 adult in the extreme, it's 60% greater. And that's going to have implications for poverty rates, for policy impact estimates, and for age differences in poverty. The average PPM threshold, okay, so these are the thresholds, the SPM on the left and the PPM on the right. The average threshold is about $50,000 for the principal poverty measure compared to the SPM average threshold of around $30,000. So that's a $20,000 increase. Most of that is coming from adding this health insurance value as a need, the need for health insurance to the threshold. When you take that into account, poverty need rises greatly. The other piece of it is, at the average, the fair market rent housing need is about $2,300 a year more than the supplemental poverty measure housing need. And then, so the green is the health insurance need that's added on top, and then the red is you can see the red length is a little greater for the PPM than the SPM. Now you might think this is going to cause poverty rates to go through the ceiling, but we're adding a lot to the thresholds, but we're also adding a lot of resources that aren't counted in the supplemental poverty measure. So there's an offsetting, and overall the difference in rates is only 0.5 point. Okay? And then you can see also the SNAP need is slightly lower than the SNAP-based food need than the SPM-based food need. Okay, so here's some poverty rate results. For renters, the principal poverty measure rate is 5 points higher than the supplemental poverty rate. But for owners, the rate's about 1.3 percentage points lower. Okay, so that's what I said about taking homeowners out of the poverty population disproportionately. Also, among renters, the PPM child poverty rate is nearly 8 percentage points higher than the SPM rate, but it's only 1 point higher for the older population. Including net housing service flow from owned homes reduces poverty substantially among homeowners in the PPM compared to the SPM. Among owner households, for older persons, the PPM poverty rate is 3.6 points lower than the SPM rate, but for children, the two rates are about the same. Poverty rates for the uninsured are markedly higher, according to the PPM, than the SPM, reflecting their unmet health insurance needs. Also, Hispanic renters have much higher poverty rates, according to the PPM, than the SPM, and using the PPM rather than the SPM lowers poverty in the Midwest relative to other regions. This slide shows policy impacts on poverty for renters. Impact estimates are mostly similar across the two measures. For example, both measures show Social Security reducing poverty among the older population by about 40 percentage points. That's no different. But the principal poverty measure shows very large impacts of Medicare, especially for the older population, and Medicaid, particularly for children. And the supplemental poverty measure cannot be used for this kind of estimate. Finally, the impacts of housing assistance are substantially greater with the principal poverty measure than the supplemental poverty measure, particularly for older persons. So we're measuring a bigger impact of housing assistance, anti-poverty impact of housing assistance. And for older persons, the anti-poverty impact is 5 percentage points greater, interpreted as removing 11.6% of the older population from poverty rather than 6.6%, according to the supplemental poverty measure. And I'm happy to discuss why in the discussion again. Okay, so here are some conclusions. First of all, like the health inclusive poverty measure, the principal poverty measure shows large impacts of health insurance benefits on poverty. Unlike the supplemental poverty measure, the principal poverty measure shows home ownership helps meet housing needs. That's the result of the housing gap, home ownership gap reduces poverty, and it's detected by the principal poverty measure. Supplemental poverty measure methods understate the impact of housing assistance, especially among the 65 and older population. Why is that? The supplemental poverty measure understates the housing needs of small households. As a result, it imputes $0 benefits even for people who report that they get benefits, okay? Because the benefits are capped at the needs. And then the 65 and older have relatively high rates of housing assistance. So if you put those things together, that explains why the principal poverty measure has a larger effect. Finally, there's a couple of bullets on continued research. We need continued research on the equivalence scale of the remainder of the supplemental poverty measure threshold that we're continuing to use with the principal poverty measure. That's recommended in the NAS report. And then finally, for the measurement of homeowner costs, we would benefit from, if the American Consumer Survey would be willing to do so, separate the reporting of principal and interest payments from housing payments and housing payments. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanders. I know I have many questions and things I'm interested to follow up on. So, you know, make sure you write down your questions too, because I don't want to take up all the time talking about housing flows and the importance for understanding poverty. So in the meantime, let's welcome Saparna Bhaskaran, Director of Research Partnership at the Institute on Race, Power, and Political Economy at the New School, to talk about the color of wealth in Chicago, a joint work with Malcolm Williams and Derek Hamilton.
Thank you, Luke. And thank you also to Kilolo Kijakazi and Courtney Sanders at the Social Security Administration. This summer, the Institute and the co-authors, including myself, released a report called The Color of Wealth in Chicago. The director of the Institute on Race, Power, and Political Economy and a co-author is right here in the audience, and I'm also here with Malcolm, who we partnered with. The purpose of the study was to examine and measure wealth beyond that of income. And secondly, the purpose was to identify and measure the relative asset and debt positions of Black, Mexican, foreign and US-born, Puerto Rican, white, and white families in the Chicago metro area. And I also wanted to mention the disclaimer. The ideas presented here and the conclusions drawn are of the co-authors and does not represent the Social Security Administration. The Color of Wealth project in Chicago builds upon 6 other studies, also examining and measuring wealth across a variety of different racial, ethnic, and groups in terms of nativity. As I mentioned before, the focus was on wealth, to underscore that wealth is a paramount indicator of economic security and well-being. And wealth facilitates a greater degree of agency and self-determination. Wealth is intergenerational and structural, and not about individual behaviors. Wealth facilitates and fuels political power and cultural power. Wealth is the economic indicator in which communities of color and white communities are most disparate. In terms of the headlines of the Color of Wealth Chicago study, we found that in terms of wealth, Black families virtually had no wealth, and that's the yellow section, compared to white families where the median wealth was $210,000. We also found, if you look at that blue section, that this massive disparity in wealth was driven primarily by assets. And the assets that we looked at included stock ownership, pensions, individual retirement account, home ownership, and home equity. And for instance, as far as home ownership went, the rates of home ownership for white families were as high as 72%, and for Black families was as low as 34%. We also found, as far as home equity, the median home equity for white families was around $200,000, and the median home equity for Mexican foreign-born families was lowest at $46,000. Our study also looked at debts. In particular, we focused on unsecured debt. We looked at payday loans, medical debt, student loan debt, and credit card debt. And we found that it's, as far as medical debt went, that they were the highest for Black and brown families. Black families reported, 30% of Black families reported having medical debt, and 29% of US-born Mexican families reported having medical debt. A big emphasis of our study in Chicago is we wanted to understand how did we get to the present, and we took a historical approach to understanding wealth and why there's such huge disparities. So one of the things that we gathered was that the Chicago region is marked by waves of migrations of Black communities, Mexican communities, Puerto Rican communities, as well as white communities. And capital owners, government, policy making, and also financial institutions played a big role in these migrations and were very aggressive in recruiting workers to this area for sure since the 19th century. However, these migrations did not mean the same for everyone because there were different outcomes experienced in terms of wealth and what we saw in terms of the current conditions. The different outcomes in wealth was due to the transfer of wealth and power across generations from communities of color in the region to white communities. And how did this transfer occur? It happened in multiple ways, and I'll highlight just a few of them. And I'll get to the part about assets. Asset building for white families prior to the 20th century was mostly through land. So the Chicago region, with Native communities in the Chicago regions, were displaced in terms of communities as well as land. Mexican territories in Mexico lost sovereignty and became US states. Puerto Rico became a colony of the United States. And a lot of this also helped in the transfer of wealth to white communities in the region. In the 20th century, asset building was primarily through home ownership. And so we see that there's a home ownership boom where many white families are incentivized with affordable housing, quality housing, preferable lending conditions, and were moved out of the city of Chicago, mostly into the suburbs. But simultaneously, what we also encountered is that Black families faced contract sales and redlined neighborhoods and segregation. And much of these parallels also were accorded to brown communities in the Chicago region. Debt played a huge role in terms of the transfer of wealth, in particular debt that is indenturing and wealth stripping. We see that much of the workers that were aggressively recruited to the region were steered into low-pay, precarious work, and so many Black workers were steered into work that resulted in huge amounts of wage theft and cheapened labor. This transfer of wealth resulted in two things as well, which is two forces. That is, with the wealth transfer, we see the building of political power. And by that I mean institutions. We are familiar with many institutions, the lending institution, the banking institution, educational institution, the media institution, legal and medical institutions. So the banking institution and the lending institutions gain in power during this period with the transfer of wealth. The second area, the growth of cultural power with the transfer of wealth occurs as well. Embedded in these institutions are foundational ideas that are dominant narratives that many of us are familiar with, such as prosperity is solely due to individual merit and hard work, or its corollary, poverty is solely the fault of individual behaviors. Towards the end of our study, we asked respondents about their political sentiments around economic rights. And a great deal of support was expressed for three different policies. One, baby bonds. Second, guaranteed income. And third, Medicare for all. All three policies and more, we believe, are necessary to be stitched together, are necessary ingredients for economic, social, political security, well-being, agency, and affirmative inclusion. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Malcolm Williams again. I'm from RAND. I'm a policy researcher and also director our Behavioral and Policy Sciences Department. Thanks, Aparna, for presenting the key statistics from the Color of Wealth. It's been a real pleasure working with you and with Derek and the rest of the teams. Collecting this data and now engaged in some additional analysis of this data for the purposes of this work. I'm really thankful to be here too because I spent my entire career being a health researcher, thinking about wealth as a determinant of health, and it's been a real pleasure to try to dig in more deeply into what drives wealth. So just to highlight where we are, Aparna presented on where how the team was focused on the full color of wealth sample in Chicago. And in this work that I'm presenting, what we're starting to do is to get into looking at disparities by age and by race and ethnicity. And the reason that I think this is important is because we really want to understand what drives some of these disparities into older age. And the Color of Wealth in Chicago study really helps us understand that in I think a really nuanced way because we were able to collect lots of rich information from the residents of Chicago, albeit with a smaller sample size, but it allows us to dig more deeply into these issues within a particular region, and it's a chance that we don't usually get to do. And so one of the things that I think I wanted to also mention was, and so in the purpose of this, we'll look at those. We really want to identify some of the factors that contribute to those, to the drivers of those disparities. In terms of the study itself, the way that we proceeded was that I think where most people want to take a look at using a community-based sample, they'll oversample in specific communities that they know different racial and ethnic populations live. For this, what we're able to do is to take a sampling frame and then apply an algorithm that my colleagues at RAND created. There are several of these out there that use information on the person's name and where they live and takes that census information and produces a probability that they're in one of several different racial and ethnic populations. Then we applied that, we overlaid that with the sampling frame that we have. So usually what you do is you don't have that rich information on race and ethnicity before you pull the sample, but we did because we applied that algorithm. Then we pulled our sample and you can see that we pulled the sample and we looked at specifically locations where there were more folks who were Puerto Rican or who had Mexican background, whether they were born in Mexico or in the United States. And so together you can see that we did, I think, a pretty good job at collecting a sample that mirrored the Chicago region, and then that gives us, I think, some confidence that we're able to say something about the population in Chicago. So I wanted to dig in a little bit in a preliminary way into some of the differences in both in the population but also in wealth and assets of this older age population in Chicago. We have a lot more work to do. Again, these are preliminary sort of a look at the population. We'll do a lot more to try to understand what those drivers are. But I think you can see, actually one of the first things I wanted to note was that while the Chicago Color of Wealth study was really focused on Puerto Ricans, Mexicans born in the U.S., Mexicans born outside of the outside of the U.S. as subpopulations of particular interest within Chicago. When we start to break out the sample by age, you really get to low sample sizes in particular cells. And so for these analyses, we're collapsing those Hispanic populations into a single population. So the, well, it looks like that slide didn't quite come together, so I'll see if I can present it in a way that makes a little bit more sense. So these are the median assets of Chicago residents by race, age, and ethnicity. Some of the key points that are here is that just like the other data that Suparna presented, there are substantial wealth disparities into older age. In particular, Black respondents have less assets than all other respondents at all ages. Let's move over to the next one. And similar is true. There's a similar story for net worth, which is that you see that Black respondents have, you can't quite see it, but they have negative wealth at the two younger age groups. That does become positive in the older age groups, but both Black, non-Hispanic Black and Hispanic respondents across all age groups have a lot less wealth than white respondents in the study. It's a little hard to present information on debt across all the different age groups succinctly, so I'll highlight a couple key points. I think it's important to recognize that there were important differences in debt across those populations, across ages. Black and Hispanic respondents typically have more of all types of debt than any of the other respondents in the survey. And Blacks were more likely to use payday loans at older ages than other participants in the survey. So it's clearly there's a lot more work to go into this, and some of our next steps are going to be to explore additional ways to use the full richness of the data. So we're going to refine our measures, really look at the relationships between what we think are some of the drivers of these differences in assets and wealth, and hopefully that will help us get a better understanding of the disparities that we were able to see in Chicago that Suparna has presented. So thank you.
One of the things that I really like about this study is the combination of data collection, data analysis, with historical analysis that doesn't assume that the problems that we have today just appeared out of thin air, but understands their historical roots, which is critical to understanding where to go forward. And of course, the study also queries respondents about the types of policies that they think would address the challenges that we face. And so it's a sort of a three-legged stool of analysis, which is quite unusual for this kind of work. So now we're going to hear from Matthew Pisavento, who will be a postdoctoral fellow at Ohio State after finishing his PhD in public policy analysis at Ohio State. None of us are going to spend any time thinking about how Michigan football has beat Ohio State 3 years in a row. Just put it out of your head. And really concentrate on racial disparities and economic security related to health. Matthew.
Thank you very much. And I should also mention that my undergrad was actually at Michigan, so I'm actually a Michigan fan here.
So we know where.
Right.
You know, the first time I went through Columbus, though, I said, wow, this is a really nice place. It's not the hellscape that I imagined. So it really is quite lovely.
Hi, I'm Matthew Pesavento, as mentioned. I'm a postdoctoral scholar at OSU, and I'm working with this long list of researchers here on the slide, working on this project that's maybe even longer than the list of researchers, but it's called Racial Disparities in Older Adults' Economic Security when Experiencing Chronic Health Conditions, Insights from Electronic Health Records, Wage Earnings, and Credit Data. The focus of this study is on type 2 diabetes mellitus, which is we refer to as diabetes throughout this study and throughout the booklet that you have as well. Someone earlier presented the same disclaimer, so just apply the same to this as well. All right. So type 2 diabetes is one of the top 10 causes of death amongst Americans. It's been called the biggest epidemic of the 21st century. its prevalence has increased to nearly 39 million adult U.S. Americans, with comprising about 12% of the population. It's concentrated amongst lower income populations, minority populations, particularly amongst Black Americans, and amongst older adults. In fact, amongst adults age 65 or greater, they're about 2 times more likely to have diabetes relative to adults that are just 45 to 64, so just immediately below them. As the number of individuals with diabetes has increased over time, so too has the cost of treatment, even after you adjust for inflation. Research that was just recently published in the Diabetes Care Journal estimated that the total cost of diabetes care in the US was about $400 billion, which is a real increase of about 60% over the past 15 years. The cost doesn't only affect the healthcare system as a whole, but it's also rising for individual patients as well. The same study estimated an increase of about 15%, a real increase of 15% over the past 15 years. And these increases in costs seem to be concentrated in older and minority patients, which makes this a particularly poignant topic for the Social Security Administration. Recent estimates place the cost burden of diabetes on of about $10,000 to $20,000 per year, which is about 2.5 times the cost that individuals without diabetes incur annually. And thus, it's not surprising that it's received a great deal of attention in the news and other places, that as costs increase, individuals are not able to keep up with the treatment and follow through with the treatment. And this has typically been coined as cost-related non-adherence. Past research has demonstrated that an increased access to credit, in particular an ability to access equity out of your home, can significantly reduce cost-related non-adherence for old adults. In this presentation, we seek to add a greater nuance into the association between financial resources and diabetes management and complications in older adults. We also provide significant focus on this question for minority groups, which provides greater clarity into the relationship between financial resources and diabetes control for the populations of Black patients with diabetes. And we recognize that these measures of financial resources maybe even signify or mean different things for different populations. And I should also make just one note that we focus here on Black patients, but the research does allow us also to examine other groups as well, so taking some of the comments earlier to heart as well. Okay, so to do this, we create a novel data set that brings together electronic health records from the OSU Wexner Medical Center, and eventually also through Metro Health in Cleveland, Ohio. And we match that with consumer credit records from Experian Credit Bureau, and also in employment and unemployment records from the Ohio Department of Job and Family Services. This is one of a few studies that's recently been able to match health records with credit data, and to our knowledge, this is the first study that also integrates administrative records, thanks to the state of Ohio. Sorry. We also recognize that administrative data may not tell us the entire story, and so we also conduct a series of qualitative interviews, particularly with Black patients living with diabetes, to try to understand their experiences and how they might use financial resources to help better manage their disease. I'll try to quickly go through this. So quantitatively, our empirical, so I'll try to go through this quickly. So we examine patients that are 50 years or older. We use blood values that are drawn within the medical records to classify them into controlled, uncontrolled, and severely undercontrolled categories. And then we conduct means comparison tests among the 3 groups and regress diabetes status using multinomial logit regressions with demographic controls to identify differences in credit and debt across the 3 groups. We measure baseline credit and debt, and then we observe future diabetes statuses. So I'll try to quickly go through this. So first, if we examine collections levels between the three groups of diabetes, we can see, unsurprisingly, that there's a monotonically increasing relationship between the level of collections and your disease severity. And when we do a congruent analysis, sort of aggregating all different types of, or all severity levels of diabetes together, and examined by race, this black and white comparison, you can see that a very similar relationship exists between controlled and severely uncontrolled, as what you see here with black and white patients. And actually, if you were to read through the booklet and look through our study with more detail, we explore a number of other credit, or a subset of credit variables, which comprise more broadly what we'll refer to as financial resources that patients have access to. And typically the relationship between controlled and uncontrolled in black and white patients is actually remarkably similar. In fact, I think we report an average ratio of about 1 if you were to look at all the different measures together. The next step in this research include doubling the patient population by integrating health records from Metro Health. This not only provides a larger sample, but also it sort of implicitly oversamples for black and low-income patients, thanks to the patient population that Metro Health serves. We're also, just last week, we integrated the employment records from the Ohio Department of Job and Family Services, which allows us to see another aspect of financial resources that patients have access to. And simultaneously, as we proceed with the empirical analysis, we also conduct the qualitative study with black patients to better understand how they use financial resources to manage their disease. In conclusion, the primary descriptive findings have prompted us to delve more deeply into this relationship by seeking to understand with greater nuance how financial resources relate to diabetes control. We ask how disparities in financial resources may imply different associations in diabetes management across different subgroups, and we recognize that financial resources are not equal across populations, and that different levels of financial resources may mean practically different things for different groups.
Thank you, Matthew. I think with this study, you can see something that's unusual in the linkage of healthcare data with income-based data in understanding that intersection. And there's a linkage to Sanders' paper, which was trying to understand the implications of health and health coverage for poverty. And Matthew's paper really tries to understand the implications of income for health, right? And being able to manage health conditions. So there's a nice sort of cycle between those two papers. Finally, we're going to hear from Richard Johnson, a senior fellow in the Income and Benefits Policy Center at the Urban Institute, where he also directs their program on retirement policy. Taking us to big picture here at the end of the day. Why does old age poverty persist? Richard?
Thank you, Luke. Thank you all for being here. I'd like to also thank the Social Security Administration for their generous support of this project. I also want to recognize my co-authors, Barb Butrica at Urban and Chris Tamburini at SSA. So as we've, and the usual disclaimers apply. As is well known, old age poverty has fallen rapidly over the past 60 years or so. Here we're showing the official poverty rate. Now we heard earlier that there's a lot of problems with the official poverty rate, but when we're looking at trends in the poverty rate, it does give us some indication about how the share of the population with limited income is evolving over time. And so we look at the blue line, that's for everyone. We just see that the overall poverty rate for people 65 and older fell from about 28% in 1969 to about 10% in 2022. And it's declined rapidly for all racial and ethnic groups, most dramatically for non-Hispanic black adults, falling from about 50% in 1969 to about 28% 20% or so in 2022. But when we look at this graph, we see that that sharp decline that was experienced in the 1970s and the 1980s really slowed in the 1990s and really hasn't changed much at all since 2000. And if you look at a little more detail into that, so this chart just shows year by year the poverty rate. That's the gray line there. You see that from 1999 to 2022, there's been some variation from year to year, but there's no overall trend. And in fact, the poverty rates in the beginning of that period are almost identical to what they are at the end of the period. And that's despite the fact that over that period, we've seen a rapid increase in Social Security benefits. So between 1999 and 2022, the real value of mean monthly OASI benefits has increased 32%. So that sort of raises the question, why, given this big increase in Social Security benefits, why are we still seeing pretty high levels of poverty at older ages? If we look a little more closely at this poverty rate, we see that it's actually increased for all education groups between 1999 and 2022. So it's well known that the poverty rate is much higher for people with limited education than for people with more education, but among all those groups, we're seeing at least some increase in poverty. Now, at the same time, though, we're seeing a big population shift, a big demographic shift, a compositional shift in the population 65 and older, so that the share of the population without a high school diploma has really declining from 31% at the beginning of the period, in 1999, down to about 10% in 2022. So dropping only a third as high now as it was back in 1999, while the share of people with a bachelor's degree has about doubled over that period. So we're seeing this shift from people from the highest poverty groups into the lowest poverty groups, more than, or so counteracting the increase that we see in the poverty rates within groups. Also, that in the beginning of the period, people with a bachelor's degree had a higher socioeconomic status than they do today. They were in the top 16% of the population in terms of education, now only in the top 33%. And also the share without a high school diploma really are now much more at the bottom of the SES scale, representing only 10% of the population, whereas they used to represent 31%. So that's another reason why we're seeing perhaps this increase in these changes in the poverty rates. Also see some important changes in poverty rates by marital status between 1999 and today. So people who are not married, much higher poverty rates than people who are married, but we're seeing an increase in poverty rates among those who never married, and a decline in poverty rates among those who were divorced or separated. And again, some compositional changes, so that the share who never married has increased over time, almost doubling over this 23-year period. Those who divorced or separated also increasing, about doubling over that period as well. And the share widowed falling quite a bit. Overall, the share who are married is about the same today as it was in 1999. So research questions is, given this increase in average Social Security benefit levels, why is old age poverty persisting? And really looking at the drivers. So is it, for example, a lifetime of low wage work that is contributing to these low Social Security benefits for some people? Is it short careers? So that, in other words, people just did not work that much, either because of caregiving responsibilities, because of health problems, because of spells of unemployment. And trying to understand what's driving those short careers. Is it early benefit take-up? So are people retiring too early, so to speak, and that they are suffering those actuarial reductions, and that's reducing their Social Security benefits? Also want to look at the role of SSI, declining SSI receipt. So back in 1979, 22% of people 65 and older who have incomes below 125% of the federal poverty level, 22% of them were collecting SSI. Today in that group, it's only 9%. So how much does this decline in SSI, triggered by the fact that SSI eligibility standards have not really been updated for many years, how much does that contribute to the increase in poverty? So we're fortunate to have access to this great data set. This is We have administrative earnings and benefit records that are matched to the CPS annual social and economic supplement. And so from the annual social and economic supplement, we get all kinds of great demographic data, and then we can look at their lifetime earnings, and also look at the amount of the benefits they're receiving when they started collecting, things like that. So these earnings have been matched for going back to 1994 to 2021. And we're assembling a database of adults who were born between 1931 and 51, and so we can track their earnings from age 20 to 70, and their Social Security claiming through age 70. So we're going to use those data to show how the receipt of limited benefits varies by things like work year and claiming age and immigration status. And then we're going to estimate some models and controlling for things to look at the impact of such factors as years of covered employment, the AMI when they were employed, their benefit claiming age, a receipt of auxiliary benefits and DI benefits, immigration status, and other demographics. So I look forward to sharing those results with you when they're ready. They're not ready now, but it's something to look forward to early in 2025. Thank you.
Another great example of how our data infrastructure has really exploded in a lot of ways to allow us to answer questions that we couldn't answer even at the beginning of my career. Linking up Social Security earnings to demographic information from the CPS gives us large samples which we can follow over time in great detail so we can get better answers to these kinds of questions. We have about 20 minutes for conversation, and I'm going to get us started, but then I'm going to be looking, I think, for hands, for folks who have questions, and or else I will just fill up the time with my own questions, which is the only reason one agrees to be a moderator for things that they get to ask. Malcolm and Suparna, I wanted to start with you. So one of the things I really appreciated about your presentation was both trying to collect data and say things about the aggregate and understand heterogeneity. So Malcolm, you mentioned in particular Hispanic populations in Chicago, there's huge differences. So I'm thinking of Humboldt Park, which is predominantly Puerto Rican, Pilsen and Little Village, which is more predominantly Mexican, but with lots of variation within. And understanding that heterogeneity is like really important for understanding trajectories. But on the other hand, what do we do when we want to do sort of empirical analysis, right? How do we grapple with that? Do we just recognize it and then have to lump sort of groups who are where we have small sample sizes together? Do we oversample? You know, any advice you have for us? And then Suparna, you brought up another source of heterogeneity, which is like policy regime. So even within any particular racial group, socioeconomic, any characteristic, people who grow up at different moments actually had access to a different set of policies of asset building or asset deterring. So, you know, I wondered as we think about, should we be really thinking about Chicagoans who grew up, you know, within a certain set of decades separately from Chicagoans that might have all the other similar characteristics but grew up 20 years later. So what do we do with all of this complexity, and how do we, as you think about your study and future studies, try to grapple with all this heterogeneity and say something about it, and also be able to sort of aggregate at any level?
I think that's a great question. I really appreciate it. There's not a simple answer to it, but I'll give you some insights into the thought process that we had. The purpose of the Color of Wealth in Chicago study was to look at some specific Hispanic subpopulations because of the population that lives in Chicago. And that was the primary purpose of the study. That doesn't mean that the way that we collected the data makes sense for any other community in the country. I think the question of what subpopulations you want to focus on really depends on the aspects of the community, the population that you're interested in, and I think you have to define that first before you go to collect data. You rightly point out that then we have to collapse some of those characteristics for a study on the wealth disparities through age, but I think it's because we're trying to exploit the data in a way that we didn't anticipate when we first collected it, and so we're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place with that one. But I think it's also important to mention that the Hispanic population is rich with a lot of diversity, and defining it in these ways doesn't really characterize that richness. But what we did was try to recognize the important population centers within Chicago and collect data for that purpose only. And just like any other data set, we end up with problems down the line if you try to exploit it for more than you collect the data for. Saparna, you want to add to it?
To your question, Luke, I think regardless of how data is collected, whether it's in aggregates or whether it is more specific with having a focus on heterogeneity, it's going to be limited one way or the other. But with those limitations, you also get benefits. So it doesn't necessarily have to be an either-or scenario. It could have both, with the understanding that these are the limitations. To your second question about people growing up at different points in history, I think you were saying for like asset building during the 20th century, in particular in the 1930s and 40s, makes one think, well, for one group, it was generally about building assets for oneself and for generations. But for another group, while it seemed like an asset, it was actually detrimental, and it resulted in the transfer of wealth and power. So contract sales, for instance, appeared to be an asset, but it was deliberately done, and these were not accidents of history. And wealth positions are not just natural facts, that they were political choices that were made by various institutions and actors within those institutions.
So I think maybe both of your answers to me speaks to the importance of large-scale national data collection, where we can try to continue to say things about the nation as a whole with, when possible, oversamples, but also deep sort of community-based empirical analysis. So a study like yours can tell us a lot about Chicago, but it can also tell us a lot about how to approach something like this in a Cleveland or a Jackson or anywhere else that might have different populations, but similarly gives us more of a sense we can get deeper and richer.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Color of Wealth studies, plural, kind of showcases that because regionally there's differences in policies. Mm-hmm. Regionally also there are differences in histories, and also in terms of the markets and so on. So it kind of captures that and provides comparisons across different regions, but also what are some of the commonalities as well.
Thank you. Sanders, I'm going to sort of tell you my big picture question, and then I'm going to get a little wonky, and then come back to the big picture question. So my big picture question is, how do we externally evaluate an alternative poverty measure? Like, how do we know if we got it right? And the wonky part of that is that in my career, I've figured out that it is possible, you'll be shocked by this, for scholars to endlessly debate the right way to measure poverty. And also, poverty measurement requires many more assumptions than anything else. So when you think about some of the things that we really have to grapple with poverty measures, we think about a service flow from a house. What we're talking about doing is saying, if you own a house, we're going to impute some income that you don't have into your income, which would be the rent that you could get if you rented out your house. And that is meant to adequately address the fact that you benefit from owning a house, and we don't really account for that in a poverty rate, but it takes a lot of assumptions. And similarly, imputing sort of the value of health insurance is another assumption, right? We have to make a lot of logical decisions, and I happen to think the decisions that you all made were strong and had a lot of fact behind them. I do sometimes wonder if we should impute income into the uninsured rate, right? So we have a rate of people who are uninsured in the United States, but all of those people have money. So it's sort of the converse of this with the poverty rate is to say, well, if you have $50,000, you're not really uninsured because you could use some of that money to buy health insurance. And that's something that we don't do. But with poverty, because it is it's a socially constructed indicator, we do, because we can say there is a value to this, and I can figure out what that is. So to me, the challenge is that poverty rates are, again, socially constructed, and so all you have to debate about is sort of the internal logic of those poverty rates. But is it possible to say something outside of that, right? Something about like the truth about whether or not somebody is poor or not, to sort of externally validate if I put the service flow in and it tells me X, it tells me something different. For example, maybe we could use food insecurity, right? And we could say if I make this change to a poverty rate and suddenly the population that I now say is poor has lower food insecurity, right? They're less likely to say they're having trouble putting food on the table. Perhaps that wasn't the right thing to do or not. Or is that a reasonable way to approach it?
I love these questions. I wish they were a little simpler so I could remember all of my responses to them. Let me just start with food insecurity. That's a constructed measure too, as you know. And
fair enough.
Has a lot to it. So I'll do the easy answer. The easy answer is the task of the committee was recommend improvements to supplemental poverty measure. Yeah. So one thing we can say is whether we got it, right in a pure sense or not. We can also ask, does it seem to do better? And I would argue most people would agree if you hold the poverty rate constant and see who's classified as poor, and one measure classifies more uninsured people as poor and more homeowners as not poor, that's probably a movement in the right direction. I think most, that accords with what most people would view as poverty. But I want to now address the issue of the service flow and the imputations. And this is just a completely different way of thinking about poverty than we're used to thinking about it. You're right, it's socially constructed, needs, normative, socially and politically constructed. Yeah. We push that to the extreme and we say, we're using the standards embodied in our federal programs as the need. The fair market rent for housing, the silver plan, benchmark silver plan we didn't make this up. This wasn't our opinion. This wasn't an opinion, of what do you think people need? These are long-standing standards in our programs. We're going to say, okay, we'll take those as given. Let's see how we're doing in meeting our own standards, okay? That's the kind of idea, and it's a different way of thinking about it, it really is. For health insurance, it's kind of the only way to do it I would say in a logically consistent way. The other thing is, in terms of imputing the housing service flow, this is also a little different from what other people may be thinking about. What we do is we start with both health insurance and with housing. We start with the need, and we say if you're insured or you're housed, on some level, the need is met. And then we subtract from that your premium payments, so we get a net resource value for people who have health insurance benefits. I should be clear, not just if you're insured, but if you have health insurance benefits. How do we value those benefits? Start with the threshold need and subtract your out-of-pocket payments. There are various ways of capping it depending on what your actual insurance is, but that's the basic idea. Same thing with housing. The fair market rent is your need. If you own your home, we presume the need is met minus housing costs, not your actual homeowner costs, but the homeowner costs associated with the needed unit. So we're saying, and that's just based on family size and location. We are a little nervous about that. We chose the average homeowner cost. By the way, that is mortgage interest, property taxes, home maintenance, et cetera, not principal payment, okay? So this is the average homeowner cost, which is probably high because of the skewed distribution of homeowner spending, et cetera. We're surprised, even subtracting a high estimate of homeowner cost, the homeowners look good, okay? They're meeting a lot of their housing needs by this measure, particularly those who own their homes outright, those who aren't making principal payments. And so that's one of the reasons we get the age results we do, because older people tend to, are more likely to own their homes outright without a excuse me, I might have said principal payment without a interest payment.
So it sounds like we would both agree that a new poverty measure should face some face validity test,
Absolutely.
which is if it tells you that the people who are poor are more educated or more likely to be homeowners or more insured, it's probably not getting it right. Which is true about the supplemental poverty measure, which is, I guess, why they brought you in, probably. I'm not seeing any hands. I'm looking for hands. Great. Or bringing the mic around.
Many thanks to the presenters today. I'm Adam Brzezinski from the Metro Health System in Cleveland, Ohio. We are the county safety net healthcare provider there. I'm a sociologist. Throughout the discussion today, I was thinking much about many of the comments and discussions from yesterday, particularly in the discussion about the need to define disability in concert with persons who are disabled. And here, I wonder about the thoughts that the panelists, particularly Sanders, but also potentially Luke, about defining poverty and checking face validity with people who experience conditions in communities that are characterized by having few financial resources.
So the question is about poverty, disability, but also setting. Is that right? They took your mic away so quick. They're so fickle.
Shutting me down. So I think the question is, as was discussed yesterday, there was very clear sentiment that it might be wrong to put forth definitions of disability without including disabled persons living with disability in the process of creating and vetting those definitions. So if a poverty measure is to have face validity, shouldn't it also be vetted for its validity with persons who experience living in poverty?
I'm happy to take a crack at that, but yeah, I think it's a great idea and something that we haven't done as much as we, or at all, really, and frankly, in poverty measurement. Usually poverty measurement has been the domain of poverty scholars that do tend to have a lot more contextual information, but even understanding in terms of the face validity, right, what that should look like. What is face validity, right? So you had two examples just between us, and I think thinking about both what folks who live in poverty, how they would define it, and also how the American public would define it. I think those are two important questions that would be interesting to get into the debate. And I can say, just from my students, usually, when I query my students about where the poverty line would be, usually it's quite a bit higher in their view than what it actually is, right? Usually people would put it at 150, 175% of the poverty, so at least 50% more. And then, of course, I think everyone would agree that poverty is somehow more than the lack of money. And I think that's what this more deeper conversation between income and wealth gets us to, which we sort of have to understand how these things intersect, which both Saparna and Malcolm and Sanders are trying to get at in terms of understanding the impact of assets on how our well-being actually is. Hey, I got 1.5 minutes, don't I? Oh, no?
Oh, that's all that's left?
That's all that's left.
Oh, I won't.
Can I want to get Matthew.
Happy to talk to you later.
Matthew, the 30-second answer, and then we're going to go is, oh, no, Courtney's right here. All right, so you never will get to know what I was going to ask Matthew now that I know he's a U of M person. So I want to welcome to the stage the one and only Courtney Sanders.
Now, what an introduction. I feel bad. I'll make sure you get that question asked and answered at some point throughout the conference. So we are at the end of day 2. Give you all selves a round of applause. Let's give this panel a round of applause, right? So I have a few things that I'm going to do, and I'm going to do it as quickly as possible because we're right at the hour. First, I want to thank the National Press Club for your hospitality and just all that you do. But I specifically want to thank the wait staff for making sure we had our breakfast, our lunch, making sure that we got everything we need. Thank you so much. I'm giving you a standing ovation. Because we really cannot be as successful at this conference without you all. So I want to make sure that you all know how important you are for the success of today and yesterday and tomorrow. I also want to give a quick thank you again to all of the research centers and the RDRC centers that are present today. All the speakers today, y'all have been phenomenal. And I am just so incredibly thankful for you all. I also want to thank our ASL interpreters today as well. I want to give a huge shout out to C-SPAN. So C-SPAN broadcast our keynote today with Deb Whitman, and we might have that same opportunity again tomorrow. So we want to thank them as well. I also, again, just want to thank my colleagues, the SSA employees and staff who helped just manage today, and the conference planners. Again, Amy, you've been shout out so many times, and thank you again for all of your work. Yes, yes. And you're like, why is she thanking everyone? Because I don't get to do this tomorrow, so bear with me. I also want to thank the people online and each and every one of you today. We had 270 people register to be in person after not being in person for a very long time since pre-pandemic. So give you all selves a round of applause, right? Nearly 300 people, but it gets better. 475 people registered for online and are viewing. So thank you. And those of you I see that are joining the conversation on Twitter, please do not forget the hashtag 2024 RDRC. Thank you for that. So I gave y'all a little quote and you loved it yesterday. So I'm going to do that again as we wrap up. There's a quote that happened actually in real time. It said, "Zip codes are more important than the genetic codes," by Miss Deb Whitman. And I think that that's so true. And you know, when I came to the agency, they charged me to help lead the equity efforts with my lovely colleague, Abigail Zapote over here. And I always think about equity as this idea where someone's zip code, race, gender, should not determine their outcomes. That is true equity. And I think this research, the work that you all are doing, is driving to advance what we can do as an agency to address the problems, the barriers, the structural barriers that Dr. Kijikazi always brings to our attention, but really advance equity. And so remember that Social Security creates outliers. On average, the zip code will determine the outcome. On average, the healthcare outcomes will determine the outcome. But then Social Security ensures that that person, that kid who's disabled, may get a fighting chance. It creates that outlier. That elderly person now has food on the table. It creates that outlier. And so I just want you all to realize that social insurance creates the outliers for a better tomorrow and hopefully create a different average, an average in equity. With that, we're excited for tomorrow. Tomorrow we're talking about COVID-19. I hope y'all, get masked up if you need to. The masks are out there. We're gonna be also just delighted to have Dr. Maya Rockymore Cummings join us, the guru and godmother of Social Security in my own right. I've known her as such. So I'm super excited for those remarks. And I just wanna leave you all with the idea that there's so many people that are going to be directly impacted by your work. So keep asking why, keep driving your purpose, and remember, zip codes are more important than the genetic codes, but more importantly, Social Security creates the outliers. Also, yes, thank you so much. My people in the front, they got me. We have an early start tomorrow. Breakfast starts at 8:30. Everyone says, starts at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock? 8 o'clock. We have not gone to church in a while, I see. And so we will start promptly at 8:25. Thank you all again, and take care. Bye. All right, speakers, could you stay? We're going to take a quick photo.